Kulam. Welcome all for joining us today. Before we begin, I'd like to invite Dr. Debbie Wilson Daynard, a dear friend and Anishinaabe knowledge keeper, to offer an opening prayer.
Miigwech. Wewena Bojo, Neo Gwenebi Kindago, Namido Dem, Anishinaabe, Mede Wanakwayan Ogetchida Kwayan Manitou, Bewatko, Nindonji, Ninda Berry, Nungum. Gajimanado, the Ga Wadoka Wishin, Wewene, G. Nino Ga Wendaman, Geo Dapanan, Ono Nu, Gigash Gido, Siwan. G Anji Sidoyan, Didi Apchte Yan, G Anji Sidoyan, Didi Apche Gigash Kidoyan, G Apchi Nibok Kya Yan, G Kikendaman Ono. Miigwech. I will speak English. So I want to welcome everybody. And also for those listening, I'm seemingly really nervous, so I think I messed up a few of those words. What I'm inviting to this space is, connecting to the wisdom of our ancestors, our past, so that supports us in this present, so that collectively we move towards the future in that good way with those good thoughts. And so I feel like that prayer collects all of those things. So I just want to say miigwech for allowing me to open this space this morning.
Miigwech, Deb. I would like to invite Michael Rubenfeld to join me to welcome you all. We're very excited to be here. Mr. Rubenfeld.
Hi, yes, we are very excited to be here. This has been a long time. This has been a long time coming. So welcome everyone to this event, to this gathering, this two-day gathering. This being the first phase in a long process that we're looking forward to over the next few years with this group and other people. I want to start by just telling you my name is Michael Rubenfeld. I'm the co-director of Festivalt, who are the presenters of this project, produced by myself and Tamara with others. Festivalt is a progressive experimental Jewish art festival that's based in Krakow, Poland. This is our fourth year. And this is our final event of our 6-month season. I also want to take a moment to thank the people, the groups that have helped make this possible. So this event is being supported by the Canada Council for the Arts, the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Koffler Center of the Arts. I see Jessica from Koffler Center is here with us. Welcome, Jessica. And I want to take a moment to talk about why this event. So I myself am a Canadian born, but I'm currently in Krakow, Poland. I've been living here for about 5 years. This is where my people are from originally. My grandparents survived the war and made their way to Canada. And I decided to move here about 5 years ago, where I live with my wife, Magda Rubenfeld-Korolewska, who's also the co-director of Festivault. And the more I got involved in Jewish life in Poland, the more I found myself thinking about Indigenous peoples of Canada, of Turtle Island. And that was really surprising. It was very surprising. I found there to be specific aspects to this post-genocidal space in Poland and the Jewish community in Poland, and some of the issues that the Jewish community in Poland were negotiating that I had heard being spoken of quite often in Turtle Island, in Canada. And that was very interesting to me, and it made me very curious. There's a lot that I don't know, but I was very curious, and I started having conversations that led to more curiosity and interest. And out of that interest and curiosity, this event was born, which it was born. The idea was to bring artists of these two cultures together, to have a conversation, to look at the intersections, to look where there are similarities, where there are differences, and what we can or cannot learn from each other. I feel like there's a lot of possibility in that. And when this idea arose, I knew that it was important to have a partner. And I don't know why. I think possibly because I was her fan when I was younger, when she was one of the stars of Rent. I was a Rent head in my youth. And so I knew of Tamara Podemski before she knew of me. But I approached Tamara Podemski after a production in Toronto. And I told her about this idea, and I said, would you be interested? And she said, that sounds great. And that's when Tamara got involved. I'm going to welcome Tamara back. And perhaps you can take it from here, Tamara.
Thank you, Michael. Dziękuję. I'm going to introduce myself in Anishinaabe, and then I'll return to English. Tamara Podemski Natishnakas, Makwina Dodem, Toronto Ndonjiba, Georgian Bay and Nongom, Anishinaabe, and Ashkenazi. We just made up this word, but I think it works well. Ashkenazi in the Bendigos. And my mother is Anishinaabe from Treaty 4 territory in Saskatchewan. And my father is Israeli from Kfar Saba in Israel. And he came to Canada, maybe about 60 years ago. I am the granddaughter of both residential school survivors and Holocaust survivor. And I carry their stories and their legacies in my blood, in my bones, and they are the reason I'm here. They are the reason I do what I do. They are the reason I tell stories the way that I do. I am an actor, a singer, a dancer, a screenwriter, and I'm so, it was just a moment where the stars aligned that that Michael and I were seeing the same play in Toronto last year, and he approached me, and it was just, everything was just on the surface. These are these issues that we wanted to bring to out into conversation today are things that are part of my everyday consciousness. These are just part of the wheels that turn in every part of me that tries to make sense of what these stories and what these experiences mean and what I'm meant to do with them. And so I was so excited. I've never hosted something in this way. Usually I'm more interpreting it in the creative way. So to conceive of how we can do this in a way that invites audience into the conversation was really exciting to me, very challenging. I'm so grateful to you, Michael, for asking me to partner with you. It's been a wild ride. And I thank everyone who is joining us today. as the audience. I'm most grateful to the artists that we scored to be a part of this and who were available and interested. I think we have 2 days of great programming. And I hope you appreciate that we are doing the best we can in this virtual environment. We are all artists. We are meant to be in physical space together. We are meant to feel each other. We are. There are things that we cannot do when we're at this far a distance, and we look forward to a time where we will all be able to meet in person. But I hope you enjoy sharing space with us over the next few days, where we explore these topics. And so we're going to begin with going around and introducing the brilliant group of artists that we have invited to be a part of this. And I will pass it on to Mikołaj. Thank you. Mikołaj.
Hello, can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, so hello everybody. Okay, I should say something. After our last speech, very short, like almost 2 hours, I was so moved, so I couldn't speak like anymore. After I was so moved, I was like nearly crying, because it's amazing to meet people from the like second side of the ocean, and with very similar experience and probably soul even. So I mean, thank you, Michael, for inviting me to this project. I think will be great, because I'm a little bit shaking, because it's not so many of us Jews in Poland, so that's why I don't know so much like Jewish artists in Poland. Especially be an artist is special, and be a Jew artist is even more special. So, and to meet you guys is really amazing for me. And okay. My name is Mikołaj Trzaska. I'm a musician, but maybe it's not enough, because I started as a painter. So my father was a painter, Polish father was a painter, and he really would like to me be a painter as well. So he prepared for me like beautiful space when I'm staying here. It used to be a like atelier for painting, but now this is my studio where I'm composing and sometimes having the rehearsals with my friends musicians. And so, and he was Polish, but he really like kept my spirit in the Jewish side. He really very care about my Jewish education. So that's special, but very common in Poland. That my mother is Jewish, and she like really don't like to know me about my root. That what is very common in Poland as well, because our mothers really try to like keep us from the Jewish root, because they just want to keep us safe. Because after the Second War, anti-Semitism in Poland was very strong, and it's still strong again. So I know I'm a Jew until I was 14, and really the story is very, like, I will tell the story very short, because I think it's important for me. I heard once when my parents argue, and my father called my mom, "You are the Jew. So that's why you're still afraid about everything. That's why you are very sad." And I didn't know what happened, why my father called my mother a Jew. Because before that, everything what was called a Jew, everybody who was called a Jew, it was somebody very bad. And we had the cliche, I think cliche what comes from the Goering time, like a Goering propaganda, that Jew is somebody who is cheating everybody, who is dirty, who is a kind of punk, who cheating people, and who would like to be only rich. But he's still poor, and for sure he's stinking. And so all the jokes what I heard in my like elementary school and even the kindergarten, it was the worst thing what I ever heard about Jews. So the Jew, when I was young, it sounds for me like kind of insulting. I'm sorry. And so that's why when I was 14 years old, this knowledge for me that I have like Jewish roots, but wasn't easy for me. And I think that this still is not so easy, because in Poland, the Jew is a still word which could be sounds very good and very bad. It only depends how you are using this the same word, you know. And okay, I should make it short. Probably I can talk like hours about this. And you know, I'm not religious, as I said before, but I think that music is a kind of a key who really helped me go into the really like the deepest spirit of my tradition. So because I don't have like tradition from like I don't know the oldest like Jewish liturgy. I never was religious, but I think that music really helped me going into the culture, into the base, into the core. And I think that's like step by step, I'm a deeper and deeper because the music have like, this is kind of praying for me. And this is for me the way how I can express everything what I feel. And the last time like our last gathering was amazing because I think Andrea and you and some of you, so one of you said the fear and one of you said the sadness. And I would like to have from the Jewish tradition something more than only these two feelings, what I still keep, you know, on the sadness and the fear. I think, Monica, it was you. I think you said something about sadness, or Dr. B, or Dr. Deb. I mean, it doesn't matter who, but I think that we both are keeping such things, and this is what is amazing. I would like to remember. I would like to keep that our traditions are so spiritual. The root of our traditions is so big in the culture and it's so old. And for me is a time, like personal time, that I really would like to say bye, like hello, bye. I don't want to still like live with this pain in my life. I don't want to like talking about this Auschwitz and this concentration camps. I really would like to be a couple of years, what I hope I will still be alive, for me and for my like relatives, and for like have this true life, because I think that last of my 50 years, what I have actually 55, so I live with this kind of I don't know how to say zadra, how is it zadra? It was kind of pain, like core of pain. I have a feeling that my backbone is it's something what I would like to change for. So I'm a musician. Not only musician because I like expressing, I'm playing like a lot of concerts. I'm working for the movies. I'm working with a very known Polish great one, film director Wojciech Smarzowski. So I composed. I think I did the soundtracks for his almost all movies. What he did, they are really amazing, and his movies are also about the social, political hard situation. The last one was about clarity. It was clarity. It was about like pedophilia in Polish church, and the next one will be about Jedwabne. This is the small village in Poland, on the east of Poland, when during the war, Polish farmers to put the Jewish people to the burn, and they burn it. So it will be next movie. So and I'm also like working with the students and teaching them how to put the music to the like how to compose the music for movies, and my like part what I really love this is working as with the people with mental disabilities. So I have a band. I will show you during the presentation the music what we are doing together, and I think that this is the work what really make me happy, you know, just my heart like is really warming up in this moment. So
Nikolai,
yeah,
we need to move on, but we're gonna have more time with you tomorrow. We love everything. We love hearing everything, but we do need to move on.
sorry.
And we'll have more time. We'll have more time. Thank you so much, Nikolai.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Nuedi, Nuegambi, Anuga Olo Nadili Olo Edidili, Nganosokta. I'm Monique Mojica. I am Kuna and Rappahannock and adopted into the Cayuga Bear Clan of the Haudenosaunee at Six Nations. I'm a Toronto-based theater artist, actor, playwright, dramaturg, more recently, and more recently, my interests are in exploring land-based embodied processes for creating theater. I'm the third generation of 4 generations of performing artists in my family, and my very personal connection to this conversation is that I'm also the daughter of a Holocaust survivor. My father was a Polish and Romanian Jew who survived World War II as a hidden child in France. And I also have family connections in Łódź and in Warsaw. So I'm glad to be here. And as Nikolai was saying, that the embodied, where you feel in the body, that grief, that pain, that knowledge of genocide is something that I live with and something that I work with in my creative work. So Nuedi, everybody, and I'm in Toronto.
Hello, everybody. My name is Maria Magdalena Kozłowska, and I was born on the Polish-German border, and I'm from Polish family with Jewish roots. I live in Amsterdam currently. I work on the verge of performing arts and theater and opera, and my practice concentrates around the voice as an object, as a sound object, and around its political labor, its effectual labor, and its potential of expressing what's very hard to express otherwise. And that's why I work with opera singers a lot, trying to subverse the regime that it's usually put upon them. And I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me to celebrate. And as I see it, mostly it's a celebration of a complex identity, of complicated identities, of challenging identities, and we can here challenge the very idea of identity. And I really appreciate that, especially in times of nationalism that comes back and keeps coming back, and especially in Poland, the memory is being shaped and it's being treated as a political card too often. And I think it's in our hands to treat memory as a political gesture, as a process, that we participate in every day. So very glad to be here.
Danse, Barry Belinsky, Nitsiga Sun. That's me saying my name is Barry Belinsky and a little chunk of the Cree that I know. I'm a Cree Métis Ukrainian individual here in Edmonton. I say that because I sometimes think about how I am asked to describe my art practice or describe my name or where I'm from at the top of these, and I'm training myself to think of it less as trying to let everybody else know that I'm justified in being here, and more about letting myself speak in a truer way. I feel like I'm a clown, I'm a director, I'm a theater practitioner here in Alberta and across Canada, but really I'm, mixed race kid that is using the tools around me to try desperately to convey how I see this world that I'm in. There's a lot of lies being told in Canada. There's a lot of things that people don't know, things that I've experienced that I couldn't quite put together. And I'm trying to use my art practice and the connections that I get through that art practice to better speak truth to what I know to be true. The injustices my family has endured and what that does to us as a whole. That's a minute and a half. So I relinquish my 30 seconds. Hi.
Shavua Tov, Kitvoch. Hello, everybody. My name is Paweł Passini. I'm a theater director. I'm speaking to you from Lublin, from the building of pre-war Jewish theater. But I was born in Warsaw. I'm a fourth generation of Jews from Warsaw. But my great-grandfather was Napoleon soldier who came from Switzerland to Poland and stayed. So in my work, in my theater work, I very often refer to this idea of mixed identity, which for me was a challenge in everyday life in my childhood and later. I discovered Jewish religious practices when I was 20-something. So I'm a part of something which we call in Poland the broken chain. So I'm trying to make this chain of Jewish tradition, this transmission of Jewish tradition working somehow. I'm trying to do it in my work in theater, and I think the situation of being in Central Europe and having this consciousness of the complexity of our identity is a gift, and it's very interesting cognitive situation. And I'm very glad I can be part of this gathering because I strongly believe we can benefit from our experiences and we can really exchange. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Hello, Tanshi, Tansi, Kiwao. My name is Andrea Menard. I am a Métis woman from Treaty 1 territory. My mère was born in Saint-Laurent, Manitoba. And I carry the name Shkotekwe in Anishinaabe and Notagoyutin, which is my Cree name, Grandmother Wind. Anishinaabe name Shkotekwe is Firewoman. So I carry these elemental beings inside me, which makes sense, which when I finally walked into my names, I understood, that's the creative force inside of me. I'm a singer, songwriter. I am an actress and a storyteller. And I use whatever medium is next for me. If I were to, and I'm in Vancouver, I'm in the unsurrendered territory. of the Coast Salish people, the Squamish, the Tsleil-Waututh, and the Musqueam people. So I'm on the other side of Canada right now. Everyone else is in the east. No, not quite. And my work has, because of this conversation about post-memory genocide, I'm like, if I were to look at my work through that lens, I have been dealing with erasure of a people, of ignoring, like the history of Métis people in Canada has just been ignored, like as though you're not worthy of even being discussed. So the government, legacy of erasure and ignoring. So in many ways, it's like I have been dealing with that story in all of my work. When I look at it through this lens, it's much bigger than that. I want to bring healing to people. That seems to be my main thing. Healing to me, healing to my family, and healing to the larger whole, because we need it. We need people to come together. And as a Métis person in Canada, there are 3 Indigenous peoples of Canada. So for those who are just tuning in and are not from here, we have First Nations people, we have Métis people, we have Inuit people, but we are all Indigenous, but we're very different, and we've all been treated very differently with the government. So that's the legacy that I'm expressing. Thank you.
My name is Zuzia Srebrna. I'm stage designer, puppet designer, costume designer, space designer. I'm dealing with space. I graduated also from sculpture department, so I can say that I see the world in 3D. I'm responsible in theater to all of visual side of the performance, I can say. From every small detail to general visual reception. I'm not religious, and I never could find any place in any kind of community, and I believe that we can continue something which we have deep inside our roots through art, through the and we can also communicate like this, and we are able to how to say like express something, but also got deeper, that we are able to go through words. I think that it's really great that we are able to see these differences, and also this is what is familiar between us, and it's important to know that in this level of life, professional life, which we are right now, that we are able to share and we are able to find this something really deep inside us, and it will, I believe it will make us stronger.
Hi. I already introduced myself. In English, good morning. I've been looking at the number of participants, and I'm pretty sure this is the first time I feel like I'm speaking to people very far away. My English name is Debbie. It says Dr. Deb, so I do have a doctorate in social justice education. So I feel that in all of my writing, and all of my speaking, and all of my living, that I do come from a social justice background, especially in education. I woke up this morning thinking about this day, thinking about the conversations that we already had, and I knew that I had been invited to share some opening words that there was a moment, I think, this morning when I thought, how do we prepare for this conversation? What possibly could we do? Because there's that both that heaviness, but also that love and that healing that also wants to come forward through our art practice, through how we engage with our own creativity and our own spirit and share with others. So I felt very emotional this morning again. And I think the biggest message that was coming through is just love is in the remembering, is what keeps going through my mind. Love is in the remembering. So even if I'm reflecting back on even the people who are right now standing outside, making their voices heard to protect that water in the Great Lakes. There's police involved, there's controversy, but I think I still acknowledge that it's coming from a place of love. Yes, maybe they're angry about what's going on, maybe they're upset about that, but I really feel like that was the message that was coming through for me this morning, is that love is in the remembering. I'm very, very happy to be here with all of you this morning, and I look forward to hearing more stories. So, Miigwech.
Again, thank you all so much. There's one other person, one other artist who will be joining us, Manucha Bikant. She's not here, sadly. She's on a plane on the way to Brussels. She had a 5-hour delay. So she will join us later towards the end. She's going to also lead us in Havdalah, which is the end of Shabbat, later towards the end. We're going to move into the next part of today. Before we do, I want to say a couple more things about how the rest of the gathering will work, or the rest of today will work. Before that, I do want to also acknowledge a few more people who are with us that have made this possible. Our associate producers, Clayton Lee and Teresa Cutknife. We could not have done this without. As well as Jordan Martinez and Logan Cracknell, who are working to make sure that this all happens without any technical glitches. Although we'll see how it goes. So we are in a webinar format. We'd like to ask you, the attendees, to please participate if you like. So the way it's going to work is we're going to have the next hour will be a keynote from our guests, and then we're going to take a break. And after that break, we're going to come back and we're going to have a public conversation between the artists, the keynote speakers, and yourselves. Where we go in that conversation is up to us. It will be moderated by Renata Arluk, who I will introduce later. If you would like to ask a question, there's the Q&A function at the bottom, and you can ask your question there. And it would be our preference that if you would like if we would like to address your question, that we ask you to do it with your voice and even your video. So what we're going to do is that if we do call on you from the attendee list, we're going to promote you into the panelists, and we're going to ask you to turn on your camera, and you will be invited to join us in the conversation for a period of time, and then you'll probably be placed back in the attendee list. So I want you to be aware of that now. And I believe that's all I've got to say. We're actually a bit ahead of schedule, which is amazing. Maybe Mikołaj, we should. I
Yeah, let's hear
apologize
from
for.
her.
I apologize for stopping. We have all this time now, but I believe that I've said everything that I need to say. But we're a bit ahead of schedule, so I guess my question for
Can I add
Dorota.
something? Can I
Yeah,
interject, Michael?
of
I
course.
saw one question already from the audience is wondering if this will be available for those who can't join us today, if this will be available for a recording, a recorded version of this later.
And the answer is yes. Well,
Great.
yes. So the public component will continue to live on our thank you, on our Facebook page, eventually on the Festival page as well. I'm sorry, and then there's one other partner that I actually want to bring up, which is the University of Silesia, Silesian University. They're members of the university, Eugenia Soika, and members of Eugenia, which is a group. It's a kind of an incredible thing. An hour outside of Krakow, I showed up to the University of Silesia to meet Monique, who had been invited, and then I went into this hallway that was full of posters of Indigenous artists of Canada, and I met Eugenia Soika, who's been dedicating so much of her life to this conversation within a Polish context, and we knew we couldn't do this without inviting her. And so she and this group, two others are here for the next 2 days with us. They're going to be writing about the project as we move forward. And so I also want to welcome them and acknowledge them. So Dorota and Lorena, if I were to go into introducing you now, are you ready to go? 8 minutes early.
Sure.
Okay, super. So I'm
You're here.
Oh, great. So I'm going to. So I'm really really thrilled to be able to welcome our keynotes today. They're going to be speaking together. So we have two women who came to us and really incredible through actually Erica Lair, who said, if you're going to be working with this Erica Lair, who's here as well, you have to speak with Dorota. And Dorota says, we have to speak with Lorena. And here they are both together. It's such a treat. So Dorota Głowacka is a professor of humanities at the University of King's College in Halifax, Canada, where she teaches classes in critical theory, Holocaust, and genocide studies, and gender studies. She's the author of From the Other Side, Testimony, Effect, Imagination, and Imagination. She's also the author of Disappearing Traces, Holocaust Testimonials, Ethics, and Aesthetics. She co-edited Imaginary Neighbors, Mediating Polish-Jewish Relations After the Holocaust and Between Ethics and Aesthetics, Crossing the Boundaries. She's a member of the academic committee at the Mandel Center for Advanced Holocaust Research at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And her current projects focus on gender and genocide and on the intersections of the memories of the Holocaust and settler colonial genocide in North America. So you can imagine why we're thrilled that she's here with us. With Dorota is Lorena Sequan Fontaine, who is Cree, Anishinaabe, and a member of the Sag-King First Nation in Manitoba, Canada. She is the Indigenous academic lead at the University of Winnipeg and an associate professor in the Department of Indigenous Studies. Dr. Fontaine has spoken nationally and internationally and has authored articles on residential school issues and Indigenous language rights in Canada. Last year, Dr. Fontaine was actually a co-organizer of an educational forum on the legacy of the residential schools and the Holocaust with the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. Recently, she spoke at Holocaust Education Week in Toronto, Canada, on the legacy of memory and the impact of genocide deniers. Welcome to both of you. We're so thrilled to have you here. I'm going to pass it over to you, and we'll see you after. Dorota and Lorena, welcome.
Thank you. All right, Lorena.
Okay, thank you, Michael, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you so much for including us in this, I can already feel very warm community. Dorota and I were speaking last night about who should go first. We've been going back and forth, and I think we've decided that I'll go first. Is that okay, Dorota?
Definitely.
Okay. Well, I feel really honored to be here. I'd just like to introduce myself in my language. Buju Hindawe Maganiduk, Maigan Gijik Indishnakaz, Maigan and Dudam, Saging in Donjiba. My Anishinaabe name is Wolf Sky Woman, and I am from the Wolf Clan. I'm speaking to you from Winnipeg, Manitoba. So Andrea, I'm close to your home community. Hello. The original territory of the people in this area are the Anishinaabe, the Cree, the Dakota, the Dene, the Inuit, the Métis, the Oji-Cree people. And so I'm from, on my mother's side, a northern community, and then on my father's side, I'm from a community just northeast of here. I want to just share some pictures as I'm talking. So I think I need to be made the co-host. Okay, here we go. So on my mother's side, my mother's, her name is Doris Young. My maternal grandparents are the late John and Elizabeth Jane Young. My grandparents are Mary Jane Charles Umfreville, Zacchaeus Young, and Flora Buck. They're all from the Opaskwayak Cree Nation in northern Manitoba. On my father's side, my father was the late Lawrence Edward Fontaine. My grandparents are Virginia Thomas and Charles Fontaine, and we're from the Saging First Nation. Saging in my language means the mouth of the river because the community is located on both the north shore and the south shore of Lake Winnipeg. It's located about 45 minutes from Winnipeg. Opaskwayak Cree Nation, which is on my mother's side where we're from, you can see a map there of Canada, and the big arrow is where the Opaskwayak Cree Nation is located. Opaskwayak means the place where the upward growth is, referring to the trees and the vegetation growing upwards. It's also a historical gathering place where people traveled for spiritual healing. The Cree people would meet in the Opaskwayak region every summer to fish, harvest, and cultivate the land. It's also a place of ceremony. So this morning, I want to talk a bit about my family and our culture and our way of life on the land. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the residential school impact on my family and our relationship to the land. These are my grandparents on my mother's side. We come from a trapping way of life. For those of you that don't know what a trap line is, it's a route where a person sets traps, and trappers traditionally move along the route to set and check the traps. In the process, they become skilled and experts of the land in a particular area. My family and other trapping families from my community depended on land knowledge. These are my aunts and uncles. My mother is right here, and her twin sister is right here. They're identical twins. My grandmother had 3 sets of twins. So here's the my mother and her twin sister Esther were the first set of twins. My Aunt Betsy here and my Uncle Ken here are the next set of twins. They're born 4 years apart on the same day, September 17th, which is quite miraculous. The babies here are the 3rd set of twins, Joe and Josephine. And there were 15 children in total. So there's 14 children here. There's still one to come after this picture was taken. The trapline area that my family lived on for parts of the year were large and expansive. Generally, families on the trapline lived in proximity to one another. They weren't too close, but close enough to see smoke coming from the neighboring chimneys. It would sometimes take them a good hour to walk to visit, and they did a lot of visiting during this time. My grandfather and his friends built a cabin made of logs on our trapline. It was called Summerberry Red Rock. The cabin was big enough for 5 people at the most. Inside the cabin, there was a small cook stove. It was black metal. There was a table and chairs that were made from logs. Beds were also made from logs. My grandmother would throw pine branches on top of the beds and then feather duvet blankets and pillows. The beds must have been quite hard, but my mother said that she doesn't remember that at all. She only remembers feeling safe and warm, especially when the night winds blew really loud and the wolves howled from across the lake. She said the trapline was a magical place where the land was snowy, white and pure and clean, where the air was fresh, and in the winter it would get a biting cold of minus 30 degrees Celsius outside. She also tells me that she loved the land so much as a little girl. She said there was something deep and comforting about that land and her relationship to it. It was so special and full of good energy, she would say. During the spring, the reserve community would be almost empty because families would get ready to make camp on their trapline. My grandfather would hitch the horse to the wooden wagon and pile all the necessary items that he needed. Structures for the skins to be dried, the animal skins, some food, bedding, clothes, and snares would all be packed on the wagon. My aunts and uncles were taught how to skin and clean muskrats. They had to be very careful not to cut the skin while they were doing that. My grandfather would stretch the muskrat skins to dry them. Beavers were also stretched on a flat board to dry. Their food was full of rich proteins, muskrats, beavers, ducks, and geese. Food was plentiful in those days. There was always enough food from the land to sustain the community. My mother would cook the muskrat for soup, sometimes over an open fire pit. Sometimes it would be baked in the oven. Muskrat trails were considered a delicacy, and all the children would fight over them. My mother's favorite meat was moose. She still recalls the smell of fried onions and the moose meat waffling through the house, and the smell of fresh bannock coming from the oven. The land provided my family a way of life, knowledge, a value system, traditional medicines from the plant life, nutritious food, good relationships, and our language. The land was and still is everything to my family. In the mid-1800s, people across Canada signed treaties with the settler colonial government to share the land and the resources. Indigenous leaders recognized, including my family, that our way of life was changing, and they wanted to ensure that children would be educated in such a way that they would maintain their cultural identity, their land knowledge, and relationships to one another while learning from the settler community. Gekegi, Benesi, or Hawkbird signed Treaty 1 in 1871 on behalf of the Saugeen people. The Opaskwayak people signed Treaty 5 in 1876. At the same time that Indigenous peoples were signing treaties, the Canadian government had established a law under the Indian Act that legally required children from ages 5 to 16 to attend residential schools. If parents refused to send their children, they could be fined or imprisoned, or both. In Saging, in my community, the residential school ran from 1904 to 1970. The Oblates of Mary Immaculate, an order of the Roman Catholic Church, ran these schools. It was located within the boundaries of the community, unlike other residential schools where children were removed from their communities and homes. For the children in Saging, they were boarded within their own community. But this proximity provided little comfort to the children. The students in the schools were exposed to cultural violence of forced assimilation, as well as high levels of physical and sexual victimization. They often learned to resent their family members who they could see beyond the gates and barbed wire, going about their lives while they were left to suffer. I don't know too many details of my father's experience in this school because he passed away 5 years before the schools were discussed publicly. On my mother's side, my grandparents attended the McKay Indian Boarding School. It officially opened on October 1st, 1915. The school was situated on Fisher Island, 10 kilometers up the Saskatchewan River from the community. My grandfather said he didn't learn very much in the school except physical labor. He witnessed teary-eyed children who were lonely for their parents. He also recalled children who were constantly hungry because they were not properly fed. He could never understand the lack of care and disrespect for the children around him. He did not understand how children could be left to starve while the adults in charge of the school had plenty to eat. Some children would snare rabbits late into the evening to stave off starvation. My grandfather recalled that as a result of his experience at the schools, he lost touch with the values his parents taught him. He once said, quote, "I was aware that nobody at the schools loved me as my parents did. We were all left to protect ourselves in any way that we could. This is where I strayed from the path of my parents' teachings. I lost respect for the dignity of human beings. It was all because the people there, the staff, didn't really treat us very well. There was absolutely nobody there that I could trust or who loved us. This is where I put aside the teachings of my parents." He said he never believed he was a good person because on many occasions he had to steal food to survive. His ability to speak his Cree language was also impaired, and my grandfather was punished for speaking when he spoke Cree. Despite the abuse, my grandfather held on to the language. He said the main reason he held on to Cree was because the residential school was located near the community where everybody spoke the language. When he returned home, he had to speak Cree because nobody in the community knew how to speak English. In 1922, the administration of the school passed from the Diocese of the Saskatchewan to the Missionary Society of the Church of England, who operated the school until the fire destroyed the building. A fire destroyed the building in 1933. The school was set fire by the children. A replacement building was not built in Manitoba. As a result, students such as my mother, as well as my uncles, were sent to Elkhorn Residential School in Manitoba, which is about a 5-hour drive by car from the community. When that school was closed in 1949, my mother's and aunts and uncles were moved into 2 other schools in Saskatchewan. My mother was one of the youngest to attend a residential school. She was 3 years old. She would return home during the summer and remained in the school until she was 16 years old. When she first arrived, Her hair was cut and any cultural objects from home were thrown into the garbage. She was also abused for speaking Cree, and it was the only language she knew when she entered the schools. The last federally controlled residential school closed in 1996. About 150,000 Indigenous children were forcibly removed from their families and placed into these institutions. In my family, my generation grew up lost between two worlds. We knew we were Indigenous, but we had no idea what that meant. We grew up without any understanding of our cultural identity, oral history, language. I didn't know about my family's experience on the trap line until the start of the pandemic. I started emailing my aunts and uncles and asked them to share stories with me, and I'm really happy that I've been able to share them with you for the first time. Today, Indigenous peoples continue to deal with the ramifications of the schools and other genocidal policies that attempted to eradicate our identity and our rights and our relationship to the land. We now have some of the highest suicide rates in the world. Children as young as 10 are committing suicide. There are now more Indigenous children in the child welfare system than there were at the height of the residential schools. There is also an overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in the prisons. Although I have been living with this legacy my whole life, I didn't know the residential schools existed until 1993. My mother was giving a talk at a conference, and she revealed the abuse she experienced at the 3 residential schools she attended. I just about fell off my chair when I heard about these experiences. And the fact that she was suicidal for most of her life. When we got into the car after the conference, we were silent in the car all the way home. I kept asking myself questions in the silence. Why didn't I know about this before? And why was she speaking to an audience of strangers about something so personal before she told me? Why did she bring me there to hear this with an audience of strangers? Was it on purpose? I still don't have answers because she never told me and I've never asked. That very loaded, heavy, dark silence was not unfamiliar to me. I had felt it in the pit of my stomach ever since I could remember. But after that day, a doorway opened for me to explore beyond the silence that had been so prevalent in my family. I started on a journey to find out what happened to my family in those schools and how those experiences have impacted the lives of Indigenous peoples ever since. Up until a few years ago, there was no publications on intergenerational trauma from or legacies on the residential schools. When I became a mother, I made the decision that I was not going to pass on that loaded, heavy, dark silence that I grew up with. I did not want to pass that on to my daughter. I also wanted to find out the 4 basic questions that we are all entitled to know. Where do I come from? Where am I going? Why am I here? And who am I? I didn't feel safe asking my family these questions, so I started searching for books that were written from descendants of people that have experienced mass trauma. I found Helen Epstein's Children of the Holocaust: Conversations with Sons and Daughters of Survivors. I identified with so many of the experiences and painful realizations that were shared in the book. It provided me a gateway to examine my life with a new lens. Years later, I was at a conference, a gathering, a genocide symposium in Winnipeg. During this symposium, I'm just going to stop sharing my screen here. During this symposium, I read a passage from Helen Epstein's book. And after I finished speaking, I met Dorota, who you're going to hear from next. during this gathering, we had a brief conversation, and Dorota and I have been friends ever since. And she's provided me a gateway into learning about the Holocaust. I felt an instant connection to her. She invited me a few years ago to go to Washington, D.C. And she gave me a tour of the Holocaust Museum, and I met some of her colleagues there. And from that, we organized a genocide symposium in Winnipeg, and students as well as members of the public were invited. I really believe that intersecting experiences from the Holocaust as well as the residential school experience have a lot to teach us. I found that working with Dorota and also doing research on the Holocaust has been very transformational and healing for me. I think it allows the potential for us to share memories of the past with one another that might be too hard for us to share within our own communities. I also believe that we can, when we rethink the past and acknowledge how those experiences have shaped our lives, it opens gateways for other people to do the same. And I really was very moved when Michael asked me to come to this gathering, and I was even more moved when people started sharing at the beginning of the talk. And I came here because I wanted to share a bit of my family's experience for those of you that aren't from Canada, to get a bit of an understanding about the residential school history and its impact on Indigenous peoples, but also for people to know that we have a rich culture here. Our roots are very deep into the territories we come from. And our legacies are very strong here. So I share this little bit of experience with you, and I wish you well in your discussions over the next couple of days. And miigwech.
Thank you. Dziękuję bardzo za zaproszenie. Dzień dobry. I'm kind of shaken up, to be honest, after what I've heard from Lorena and the previous participants. So sorry, my voice is shaking. It'll calm down. We've been having this conversation with Lorena, as you said, for about 4 years now, just the two of us. And to be able to share it with this group of people is just extraordinary. It's just really, really moving to me. And I also already heard things being spoken, like what Mikołaj said, that just expresses so much how I feel and how I felt when I was growing up in Poland. I was also 14 when I found out I was Jewish, and it just really smacked me in the head and changed my life. So just to hear about similar experiences is amazing and also crushing. Also, when I hear the artists, I kind of feel impoverished because I only have words to express what I feel, and I just feel this like yearning that I would love to have another means of expression. Although I do love expressing myself in words, and thankfully I can do it in at least 2 languages. So I also will speak first about kind of personal family story, and then we will take another turn with Lorena to say a little bit about our research. So I'm Polish by birth. I left Poland almost 30 years ago, but I've never lost my lovely accent. I think it actually grows thicker as I get older. I'm also a person of Jewish descent. I'm a daughter of a Holocaust survivor, and the history of Polish Jews, of their near total destruction during World War II, is the history of my ancestors, of my immediate family. And just like Mikołaj says, It has shaped everything I do. It has shaped who I am today. I do want to begin by acknowledging the territory where my office, from which I'm speaking, I'm at my office at the university right now, is located, and my University of King's College is in Halifax or Chibuktuk, which is in Nova Scotia on the East Coast. And to the Mi'kmaq, who the indigenous people who have lived here for at least 10,000 years, this city has always been Chibuktuk, which means great water. It was only renamed Halifax in 1749. And what is called today Nova Scotia is part of Mi'kmaqi, which is the ancestral, unceded, and unsurrendered territory of the Mi'kmaq. Which is covered by the Treaties of Peace and Friendship between the Mi'kmaq, Maliseet, and Passamaquoddy peoples and the British Crown. The first one was signed 1725, and they recognized the indigenous title to the land. But it's only about 10 years ago that I learned about the violent colonial history of this area, during which the Mi'kmaq First Nations, because they were defending the land against the British, were brutally decimated by murder, diseases, and hunger. And unlike the history of the Holocaust, which has been amply commemorated, the history of settler colonial violence is only now coming to light and to history textbooks. But for that matter, maybe I should add that parts of the history of the Holocaust are also relatively little known, such as the genocide of the Roma, Oporaimos, which means destruction of the Romani language. And like Jews, the Roma were targeted because of the race and ethnicity, and the majority were brutally killed during World War II. So again, we don't know about that very much either. So there is no way for me to tell who is in the audience. I was kind of scrolling, but I assume that some of you know a lot about the history of Jews in Poland. Others likely knew less because you are more familiar with histories of other communities. So I'm not going to give you a synopsis of Polish Jewish history, although you should go and visit Polin when you have a chance in Warsaw, the Museum of the History of Polish Jews. It opened in April 2013. Lorena, I hope we can go together maybe next year. So I will just say that the history of Polish Jews spans over 1,000 years, and the first Jews apparently who were traveling across Europe on missions from Spain arrived in Poland already in the 10th century. And according to a family legend, my Jewish ancestors arrived in Poland already in the 18th century. And during the Middle Ages and later, Poland was a safe haven for Jewish refugees. I'm going to use this contemporary word for exiles and outcasts from the countries in which they were persecuted or from which they were expelled. And in the 14th century, Poland became known as Paradisus Judeorum, which means Jewish paradise, although not all was great in paradise because the prejudice against the Jews was always commonplace and sometimes escalated into violence around Easter time, when the Catholics were reminded of the New Testament accusation that Jews were Christ killers or that they engaged in ritual murder of Christian children. And in fact, the first pogrom of which we have historical records took place in my hometown, which is Poznań, and that was in 1367, although the term pogrom only emerged later in the 19th century. So for the benefit of the audience members, again, who are less familiar with the history of Poland, I just say quickly that despite the hostilities and even pogroms, for the most part, the relations between Poles and Jews were tolerable, especially in the cities, and close friendships and intermarriage were not uncommon, although they didn't happen in my family until my father married my mother after the war. And Poland became the center of Jewish religious, cultural, and political life. But this period of relatively stable relations ended with the occupation of Poland by three empires, Russia, Prussia, and Austria, in the end of the 18th century, after which Poland ceased to exist as a nation state. So I have to simplify because I have very little time, but I just say that for over 120 years of foreign occupation, Polish people preserved the sense of national unity and patriotism and national culture, but they did that by kind of shoring up ethno-nationalist sentiments, which resulted in ethnic minorities and like Jews in particular becoming an emblem of the threatening other. So when Poland regained independence after World War I, and that was on the provisions of the Treaty of Versailles, it was no longer a welcoming place for Jews, and hostilities between Poles and Jews got worse before World War II, with the rise in the second half of the 1930s of an ultra-nationalist faction called National Radical Camp, ONR, which has recently been resurrected in Poland under this current ultra-conservative government. So vicious anti-Semitic violence in Poland in the late 1930s actually preceded Hitler's genocidal campaign against Eastern European Jews. And for me as a university professor, and maybe we could put up my first slide just to give you an example, and a daughter I'm a university professor, but so was my father. So I'm a daughter of a Holocaust survivor and a daughter of a university professor. And it's especially painful for me to know that this violence was rampant at Polish universities in late 1930s, including the most prestigious ones like the Jagiellonian in Kraków, University of Warsaw, University of Lviv, University of Vilna. And what you see in this slide is students, demonstrators in Warsaw who are marching to demand strict quotas on Jewish admissions to universities, which was called numerus clausus, as well as classroom segregation, so-called bench ghetto. And there were clashes and bloody fights, which resulted in hundreds of Jewish students being injured, and several even paying with their lives for protesting against discrimination. So again, this is part of my family history because my father's first cousin, Poldek, was a medical student at the Jagiellonian University at the time. So the events to which we refer today as the Holocaust have been remembered very differently by Poles and by Polish Jews and their descendants. And I always have to remind some of my Jewish friends who say things like, I would never set a foot in that anti-Semitic country, but that really hurts me as a Pole. And I have to remind them that Poland bore the brunt of the German invasion of Europe in 1939, that Poles were also the victims of an attack by the Soviets on September 17, 1939, so it was a double invasion, and that the entire country and 1/5 of its population were destroyed during the war. So just to focus on my family, maybe we can show slide 2, which is the photograph of the Memorial Museum of Bełżec, one of the death camps, Nazi death camps, and this is where many of the relatives on my father's side were murdered. So World War II resulted in a nearly complete destruction of Polish Jews, and there were only 270,000 about survivors out of 3.3 million living in Poland before the war, so that's less than 10%. And let me add that only about 70,000 out of those 270,000 survived on the territory of Poland, either in hiding or in the camps. And the other 200,000 escaped death because they had fled to the Soviet Union at the beginning of the war or had been deported to Soviet labor camps, which were harsh, but they were not killing centers. So I want to emphasize, and that's something we have been also talking about with Lorena a lot, and I say more about it maybe in the next section, that not only were almost all of Polish Jews murdered, but also this entire 1,000-year-old Jewish culture in Poland and elsewhere in Eastern Europe disappeared. In addition to killing Jews in mass executions in death camps, Germans very meticulously destroyed Jewish libraries, centers of learning, and places of worship. And even the cemeteries were obliterated to literally erase every trace of the Jewish past. And after the war, this erasure of the memory of Polish Jews was compounded by the communist government's official, you can call it policy of forgetting, and even the Jewish dead were subsumed under the overall count of Polish victims of fascism. So it's as if they had never existed. So maybe we can have slide 3, just to kind of give you an example of this officially mandated historical amnesia, which was very successful. And this is a swimming pool in Poznań, in my hometown, and I used to go swimming there. This is where I learned how to swim. And it was only 15 years ago that I learned that this building was the largest synagogue in Poznań, and it was converted to a swimming pool for the German soldiers in 1941. So like the Wehrmacht who would come back from the front could convalesce there. So it remained a swimming pool until 2011. And at the moment, a very small Jewish community in Poznań is fundraising to restore the building. It is being restored. But not one member of Poznań's large Jewish community remained there after the war. And houses, garages, and in one case, a municipal park were built over Jewish cemeteries. So maybe I can have slide 4 just to show you what I discovered about 3 years ago. It's a restored remnant of a Jewish cemetery in Poznań with a tombstone of the legendary rabbi and Talmudic scholar Akiva Eger, but it's like in somebody's backyard, and actually there's a garbage bin right next to it. So it took me a while to even find it and get in. And maybe I can have slide 5, which is my favorite picture of all times. And I said that very few Polish Jews survived, but among this remnant were my grandparents and their 2 sons. So you see my grandfather, Arnold Jassem, Jassem, that's my name, and my babcia, Felicia Jassem, and then my tatuś, Wiktor Jassem, and my wujek, Uncle Marek Jassem. So personally, I don't know another entire Polish Jewish nuclear family that survived the Holocaust on the Polish territory. I'm sure there are some. I would love to know. And before the war, the family on my father's side lived in Kraków, where you are now, Michael. So maybe I will have slide 6, the temple synagogue. My grandparents were not observant, but they always attended temple on high holidays. And my father had his bar mitzvah there in 1935. And my uncle Marek's bar mitzvah was scheduled for September 4th, 1939. So it never happened. And instead, 2 years later, he had a fake baptism, which is a kind of sad family joke now. And when the Germans invaded Poland in 1939, thousands of families fled to the east. My grandparents joined that exodus. And some of the escapees, especially the Jewish ones, crossed the border to the Soviet Union. And then they stayed there for the duration of the war, as I said. But my grandparents, for some reason, decided to go back to Kraków. And then when in 1941, the order came for all the Jews of Kraków to move into the ghetto, my grandfather made a decision that they would get fake Aryan papers and try to survive by pretending that they were ethnic Poles. So maybe I can have slide 7, which is a picture from the deportations from the Kraków ghetto. And I am just haunted by this photograph, which I found at the Holocaust Museum, because if you see the little girl in the middle, I swear she looks just like me. I wish I could show you a picture from when I was little. So it is really very haunting. I'm convinced that that's someone from my family. So my grandfather had a number of contacts from before the war, because he was a member of the Polish Socialist Party and he was a lawyer, and his friends helped him find hiding places for the family. Most of the family on my grandmother's side perished. Many of them were Orthodox Jews. They didn't even speak Polish. But there were some survivors, such as my aunt Natalia, who was a well-known concert pianist before the war, and she survived in the camp of Płaszów because she played the piano for the camp commander, the notorious Amon Goth. maybe I have slide 8. Not that long ago, maybe 2 years ago, I found this photograph of my great-grandmother, Fania Statter. And this is my grandfather's brother, great-grandmother Fania Statter with her grandson Loniek. They were both murdered by the Nazis. And for some reason, I really feel close to my great-grandmother, even though, of course, I didn't know her. So after the war, my grandfather's brother, Wujek Herman, who managed to escape from Poland in 1939 and went all the way to India, wrote in a letter to my uncle Marek, which was dated 1946. And again, I only found that letter about 2 years ago. This is what he wrote. Dear Marek, only a handful of us are left out of the entire large family. All the rest perished. It is sad and very, very painful. I can't calm myself down for a moment, especially when I think about my beloved Loniu. That's their little boy. It brings me to the verge of madness. So maybe I will just have slide 9, which is my last slide. And in 1946, my grandmother erected a matzeva in the Jewish cemetery in Krakow. So I always go and I light the candles when I go. We were supposed to remake this matzeva and the inscriptions on it because all the murdered family members' names are inscribed on that matzeva. And this is me and my tatush. That was about 5 months before he died. So my grandparents and my father and his brother survived in different hiding places, which they had to change several times and sometimes pay off schmalcowniks. These were Polish people who recognized Jews on false Aryan papers and blackmailed them for ransom. But then we also counted at least 12 righteous Gentiles who took great risks to save my father's life. I only know the name of one of them, Mrs. Zofia Topińska. She was a member of the Polish Socialist Party, and she hid my father and 11 other Jews in her apartment in Warsaw, in Żoliborz. And then she would find them safe places in a remote countryside where my father was employed as a tutor with families of Polish nobility. And Zofia Topińska, my father's rescuer, was posthumously honored with the title of Righteous Among the Nations, which is awarded by Yad Vashem to the Gentiles who risked their lives to save Jewish people. And about 10 years ago, I managed to find Zofia Topińska's son, Wojciech Topiński. So that was really incredible. And I could belatedly say thank you to him. Thank you to his mother, for saving my dad and for the very fact that I exist. So by the time my father was 19 years old, he had taught himself several foreign languages. So he pretended he was a language teacher, but it was the knowledge of German that saved his life, I think. And he had many stories of like close escapes, and he called them my great escapes. And when he was telling me these stories of how he escaped danger, he was always laughing. And like his favorite story was how he was stationed in one of the places, and in another room was a German officer of the Wehrmacht. And they both liked to play the accordion, so they had concerts together. They called Jasem und Zelle eine große Kapelle. And then one day my father went out on the street and was recognized by a former classmate who followed him home and threatened to denounce him. But this German officer chased him away and then told my father to just disappear. And so he had many adventures like that. And when he told me, he kind of laughed. And he never talked about the horrors that he must have witnessed, about the fear he felt, because he had to watch his every word. He had to hide parts of his anatomy because Jewish men could be easily identified as being circumcised. So I will never know the parts of my father's Holocaust story that he just buried so deep that he never shared those with me. But he screamed in his sleep every night, and his entire life he suffered from severe mental health problems. So I don't want to dwell too much on what interests me most, which is the history of Poles and Jews during the Holocaust and after, and which is also the most emotional part for me. We now know that there were some very dark pages. Polish people were complicit in the destruction of Polish Jews, most often by omission and indifference and tacit acceptance. But sometimes also by acts of direct participation, some very large, others small, like looting Jewish property and denouncing Jewish neighbors to the Gestapo. And again, several of the members of my family perished because of denunciation, I'm sorry to say. The anti-Semitic violence also continued in Poland after the war, and Mikołaj mentioned that. An estimated 1,500 Jews were killed by Poles in various incidents right after the war, and especially during the so-called Kielce pogrom in July 1946, when almost 50 Holocaust survivors were killed by a mob who was kind of incited by a rumor that the survivors had kidnapped a Christian child. And so most Holocaust survivors left Poland after the war, but my father decided to stay because he believed this communist slogan about equality for all. And he said that he wanted to be a full human being and not a Jew. And then 20 years later, in March 1968, there was a wave of politically motivated anti-Semitic purges in Poland, and another about 13,000 of those who did remain after 1945 left Poland and were stripped of Polish citizenship. And at that time, my father was a well-known professor of linguistics at the University of Poznań, but he was hounded out and harassed and kicked out of the Communist Party. And it's really hard for me to talk about it. He also had a trial on fabricated charges, fired from the university, and he was given a one-way ticket to Israel, but he was stubborn and he declined that kind offer because he was hoping that his name would be cleared and his professional reputation restored, but that never happened. And it was only after a few years before his death, he died in 2016, that he was officially rehabilitated in Poland, but it was way too late because his career and his health had suffered. So although he lived in Poland his entire life, he refused to leave. He once told me, he said, I have never felt here. He said, I have always felt here like a stranger. Just really, really sad. And he also encouraged me to leave. So I'm concluding this like personal part of the presentation. And I kind of believe that there exist two different Polands, right? It's like, you know, those parallel universes in the Netflix series Stranger Things. And when I go to Poland, when I have to say the word Żyd, or say jestem Żydówką, which means I'm Jewish, I always get red in the face and all upset. I just can't say it in Polish, even now. And it is annoying because I have no problem saying it in English. I can say it proudly in English, but in Polish, I just get choked up. So literally, so two Polands, right? But literally all of my friends that I have many in Poland, they live in this other Poland, right? Like they are open to others. They know more about Jewish history than I do. They have taught themselves Yiddish and Hebrew, even if they are not Jewish. They publish books about Jewish life before the war, about the destruction of that life, and often they take professional and personal risks to do so in today's Poland. So that's like a huge shortcut, and that is a brief history of my double Polish-Jewish legacy. Dziękuję. Lorena, over to you.
I'm not sure what we're supposed to do next. I think I'm still caught in your stories, Dorota. Like I'm with you where you've traveled. I think, how did you want to go? How did you want to proceed?
Well, I still wanted to talk about my kind of research on the subject. So I wonder if you want to say
To start,
a
okay.
few words first.
So for me, where this journey of looking into my history, learning more about the residential schools, I decided to go to law school. I originally, I dropped out of high school actually when I was 17. My father had just passed away, and I was going to, my dream was to go to Europe and go to art school. And when my grandfather passed away, I was called home, and I had missed his funeral, but I spent a great deal of time with my family and my community. And I decided that I wanted to go back to school to help my community. And so I spent the next 12 years going to university, and I graduated in 2000 with a Master's of Law, and I came back to Canada at the height of the residential school, the court claims against the federal government and the churches were just starting. There was probably about 2,000 cases. By the time that I started working on residential school claims, there was 10,000 filed against the federal government and the churches. And it was the first time that I heard people talking about genocide in my community. But that is how residential school survivors were articulating their experiences. The one thing that always stuck with me where the elders were saying, I'm worried about my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren that don't know how to speak their language. And so I urged the legal team that I was working with to look at claims of loss of language and culture. And I was told there's nothing in law that protects Aboriginal people's legal rights to culture and language. So since then, I've made it, that has become the focus of my research, is to advance language rights for Indigenous peoples. And it's taken me to a number of places, most importantly in our education system. Our schools still do not offer our children the knowledge of our history. And this is history that is not rooted in settler colonial history. This is history that's rooted in our oral histories, in our songs, our ceremonies, in our language. And I really, really believe that our educational systems are still committing genocide against our children. Our children should have the ability to learn who they are. Those 4 fundamental questions: who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Those questions aren't answered in our school system. And I believe so wholeheartedly that the atrocities that have been committed against Indigenous peoples is the direct result of the government trying to extinguish our identity from the Canadian landscape. And it's still continuing in our school systems. So I've continued to work with the descendants of residential school survivors in sharing our stories and breaking silence about our experiences, but also creating a safe place that we can talk about what it was like to be raised by parents who had been abused in the schools. And we need those safe places because our parents were very complicated, but also very resilient people. And So I think work in this area is so critical for us to have conversations and conversations in spaces that are safe. And I think we also learn from other people's experiences with genocide. And I'm really looking forward to see what this group brings.
Thanks, Lorena. So I think I kind of loop back to what you said and to the story about how we met, which was just such an extraordinary event in my life. So I want to relate all this to some of my research over the last few years. And when I started thinking about settler colonial genocide in North America, from my perspective as a Holocaust scholar, it really became clear to me that those very different instances of genocide and mass atrocities, and they are fueled by racial, religious, ethnic, political conflicts, are deeply interrelated, just like you said, along the entire continuum of history and across continents. And that is why I'm interested in the intersections of the Holocaust and settler colonial genocide in Canada. And the research I started doing a few years ago was on the kind of uses of the Holocaust by Indigenous scholars and writers and some artists as well, and also reasons for these appropriations. I actually, Michael, sent you my paper that just came out a few months ago, so I don't mind sharing that. And actually the first time I began thinking about it is when I came across a poem by a Menominee poet, Christos. And I found that poem in my class. I'm teaching a class that's called Rewriting Gender. And Christos, who is Two-Spirit, wrote some of the most amazing lesbian lyric. So we were reading those, but from this volume Dream On, but then there was another poem in that volume, which was called Winter Count. And this is what Christos writes in that poem, just an excerpt. By their own report, America has killed 40 million of us in the last century. We have died as children, as old men and women without defenses. We have been raped, mutilated. We have been starved, experimented on. We have been given gifts that kill. We have been killed on purpose, by accident, in drunken rage. As I speak with each breath, another Native American is dying. Someone part of our Holocaust, which they have renamed civilization. Down the long tunnel of death, my grandmother's cry, give no solace to our destroyers. Into the cold night, I send these burning words. Never forget, America is our Hitler. So that was just such a wake-up call for me. And shortly after I encountered that poem, I attended a presentation by a Mi'kmaq elder, Daniel Paul, and he's the author of the history of Nova Scotia from the Mi'kmaq perspective, which is entitled We Were Not the Savages. And Daniel Paul began his presentation with a quote that is really well known to every student of the Holocaust. These are like the words of Pastor Niemöller, who said, first they came for the communists and I didn't speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the Jews because I didn't speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me and there was no one left to speak out for me. So that's how he started his account of the destruction of the Mi'kmaq community in Nova Scotia. So after that, I actually got to know Daniel Paul, and he's been very influential in my own work. So I tracked down a lot of such uses of the Holocaust. And but what happened in the course of that research is that I discovered that my understanding of the Holocaust completely changed when I started thinking about it in this context of settler colonialism. And there is a lot, I could say about the comparisons. I looked at examples in Canada and in the US. Maybe I just have my slide number 10. It's like the one I have. I have a new computer, so I'm afraid to touch the buttons, sorry. So the comparisons include bringing together commonalities between Indian residential schools and concentration camps. There's a lot of that. between forced relocations of indigenous communities and Holocaust death marches, like the bureaucratic systemic nature of how genocidal measures were implemented. Also, the role of gender and gender-based violence as a tool of genocide. There's not much written about that comparison, but that's something I'm very interested in. More recently, what Lorena touched on is multi-generational consequences and transgenerational transmission of trauma between the two. And it was not a coincidence that these comparisons became so common in the 1990s, because the 90s were the decade of the Holocaust. And you may remember 1993 is when Schindler's List gets the Oscar for the best film, and the Holocaust Museum opens in the same year in Washington. So on one hand, this kind of constant presence of Holocaust memory threatened to push those local histories of violence even further into oblivion. So in his book, Multidirectional Memory, Michael Rothberg writes that in the US, the Holocaust acted as a kind of screen memory to obliterate the memory of slavery. And here I have to add also the genocide of Native Americans. So the comparisons used by indigenous scholars were a kind of response to that threat, but also the visibility of the Holocaust was an opportunity to draw attention to those histories by means of comparison. And I think that these comparisons were especially useful for indigenous scholars to make a claim for the recognition of settler colonial violence under the provisions of the Genocide Convention. But also contributions of indigenous scholars and some non-indigenous that worked on the subject really drew attention to all these like political and ideological and colonial entanglements of the Genocide Convention itself, that that was December 1948 then that it was signed, and especially to the exclusion in the Genocide Convention of the article on cultural genocide. So it was Article 3 in the original draft by Raphael Lemkin, and Lemkin really wanted to include it, but he was not allowed. And of course, Canada was instrumental in forcing that exclusion. The Canadian delegation literally said they would walk away from the table if the article on cultural genocide is included. So this dynamic of intersecting memories of the Holocaust and settler colonial genocide is kind of lopsided, because when I went to visit Daniel Paul for the first time, he had a larger library of books about the Holocaust than I did. He was so knowledgeable. And so was Roland Christian, with whom I also talked for many hours. Huge Holocaust library, very knowledgeable. And I was really ashamed how little I knew. So, it kind of, as I say, was one-sided. So again, there are very few evocations of indigenous histories in Holocaust memoirs and Holocaust scholarship and Holocaust commemorative practices. And this one lately is changing, just during this session, for instance. Maybe I just have this next slide of Theodore and Nate, which is my favorite picture. And Theodore Fontaine, who is Lorena's uncle. We sent my best to Theodore because I became very close to Theodore as well. Theodore is a survivor of Indian residential school, Fort Alexander, and Nate Leipziger is a Holocaust survivor, and they became very close friends, and they've been presenting together for many years now. There's more to that story, but I don't have time to develop it. But I love this picture. So the way I think about these uses of the Holocaust by my indigenous colleagues is not in terms of like competition of suffering, because that's how it's sometimes called by Holocaust scholars who believe in the uniqueness of the Holocaust. But I think about it within the framework of what scholars such as Canadian philosopher Miranda Fricker, she's a philosopher at UFT, or American scholar Rebecca Tossi, who is of Yaqui descent and a professor in the Indigenous Peoples Law and Policy program at the University of Arizona. And they both talk about epistemic injustice. And epistemic injustice means harm done to persons in the capacity as a knower and a producer of knowledge. Those who suffer epistemic injustice are at a disadvantage in conveying the knowledge to others because the people to whom they speak don't consider the words as credible. And Fricker also speaks of testimonial injustice because under colonialism, this kind of epistemic and testimonial injustice are rooted in this radical differential between settler colonial and indigenous memberships in the dominant community of knowledge. Or to put it better and quote Oglala Sioux scholar Vine Deloria Jr., I quote, "Why is knowledge about the world only valid and valuable when white scientists document and articulate it?" That's from his book, Red Earth, White Lies. So in the 1990s, I think it's changing nowadays, but these conditions forced indigenous knowledge holders and those who had experienced harm to mediate the claim to historical intelligibility through white systems of understanding. So I think that the knowledge about the Holocaust has been very well integrated into these white systems of understanding. And in Indian residential schools, as Lorena just said, these are cognitive mechanisms of excluding indigenous knowledge claims from the realm of intelligibility were reinforced with violent measures. So indigenous scholars' arguments, however, forced Holocaust and genocide scholars and also scholars of human rights to recognize that the huge limitations of like the Holocaust and genocide and human rights, all these terms claims to universality. So my second point is about how my knowledge about the Holocaust has been totally changed when it was interrupted by indigenous conceptions of history, knowledge, transmission, personhood, trauma, and other concepts that I only know philosophically. So the aspect that has already been written about at some length is referred to as the colonial turn in Holocaust studies. That is the recognition of the continuity between Hitler's conquest of Eastern Europe and the history of colonialism and racial imperialism. The Holocaust was not a unique phenomenon. It must be understood within this continuum of modern European history, which was the history of colonialism. And Nazi atrocities had a lot in common with settler colonial atrocities, like race laws, persecution and annihilation of specifically targeted groups and concentration camps. And the first concentration camp I know of was not Auschwitz and not Dachau, but Fort Sumner, or Bosque Redondo Detention Center in New Mexico, to which the Navajo or Diné were relocated from the homeland in Arizona in 1864. And they talk about it as a concentration camp today, the descendants. So the Nazi regime drew on this extensive archive of colonial knowledge in the European empires to kind of legitimate their own program of annihilation. And these ways of thinking about groups of people as racially inferior and therefore not really human were honed in this colonial conquest overseas before it was applied to the Jewish population. So secondly, quickly, in Canada, much of the discussion and controversies about the legacies of colonial violence has revolved around the concept of cultural genocide. And again, Raphael Lemkin described cultural genocide as the group's fundamental right to exist. And in his autobiography, totally unofficial, he wrote this, I quote, "The murder of civilizations was not yet a fully told story. The impact of the concept of genocide could be greatly enriched if the cultural losses that occurred through assassinations of civilizations could be brought out before the eyes of the world." So this term cultural genocide has been gaining currency in genocide studies, but it has not been used by Holocaust scholars. I have not encountered it in Holocaust studies, but I find Lemkin's thinking about cultural elements of genocide very useful to think about the annihilation of Eastern European Jewish culture, including the fate of Yiddish, which was the language of the majority of Ashkenazi Jews. And we, as I said before, the Nazi Germany engaged in this deliberate and systematic destruction of Jewish cultural heritage. And especially, I'm just going to talk a little faster. I just say that all of this has been documented by Holocaust scholars, that the cultural destruction has been documented by Holocaust scholars, but it has been seen as kind of secondary with respect to physical murder. And actually the same goes for the history of Jewish resistance, Amidah, like the emphasis is on armed resistance, but most of Jewish resistance during the Holocaust was like protecting cultural heritage. And again, there are stories about that. So I would actually argue, I say it cautiously, but I say it nevertheless, I think there is a certain colonial mentality in the Holocaust studies mindset regarding the destruction of the culture of Eastern European Jews. It has been changing lately. There is more interest in what happened in Poland and Ukraine. But I just draw your attention to what I see as symptom of that mentality in thinking of the world of Eastern European Jewry as the vanished world. And maybe I just have my last slide, and this term, the vanished world of Eastern European Jewry, was popularized by Roman Wiśniak, who made these like thousands of photographs. They are nostalgic portraits of the life of the shtetl, and it's kind of frozen in time. I think I had another slide, but that's okay, just with the cover of Wiśniak's book. But if you consider Wiśniak's North American context, I don't think it's far-fetched to argue that this idea of the vanished world, which entails this memorial impulse to save it from oblivion, it just kind of is reminiscent of the cultural myth of the vanishing Native American. And I'm thinking of James Earl Frazier's sculpture, End of the Trail, which I'm sure you know, the one on the horse, and George Catlin's and Edward Curtis's portraits of Native Americans, and James Fenimore Cooper's novels. And they are all these monuments to a dying race. So the cultural construct of a vanishing people and this vanished world conveys this idea of a group's culture as an artifact worthy of preservation, but it's like separate from the members' physical existence, because that existence is doomed to be extinguished. So when I think about this vanished world, I'm really kind of upset by this realization that maybe the very trope, which pertains to, you know, the history of my relatives and the lives of Eastern European Jews, the way it has been remembered, maybe actually emanates from the same colonial knowledge paradigm that gave impetus to the genocide and cultural destruction of Native American and indigenous peoples of North America. And this is not, I don't mean to undermine Holocaust survivors' mourning for this vanished world, because they express it in the memoirs, and I hold them in the highest esteem. But what I am arguing is that Holocaust scholars like me have to consider that perhaps the way in which the Western world after the war has remembered the Jews of Eastern Europe is actually implicated in the paradigm of Western knowledge. And that knowledge is thus burdened with Western colonial conceptual baggage. So of course, there are crucial differences between the legacies of genocide for Lorena and for myself. And especially what you were saying, Lorena, the indigenous people's relation to the land and to the oral transmission of knowledge. So I'm just gonna give you a quick example, because I've been talking for a long time. On the last one, transmission of knowledge, when I started doing this research on cultural genocide and the Holocaust, I came across the term libricide, which is the destruction of books and libraries. And the person who coined the term, Ruth Nuth, says that libricide is destroying the group's identity by destroying the books for the groups who rely on written record, like the Jewish people. And then Knuth quotes Barbara Tuchman, who said in one of her public lectures that books are humanity. And this is a very powerful statement. about libericide, but it excludes from the definition of humanity groups that rely on the oral transmission of cultural identity. So, with due respect to Tuchman and Knuth, for me, this is an example of what indigenous scholars that I've been reading, like Anishinaabe writer Leanne Simpson or Mi'kmaq professor and educator Marie Baptiste, call cognitive imperialism. So as a Holocaust scholar who has engaged with histories of settler colonial genocide over those last few years, I've been kind of really, dislodged from this Holocaust-centric way of thinking about mass violence and genocide, and forced to recognize the importance of decolonizing Holocaust studies. That is, this need for Holocaust scholars to acknowledge our potential complicity in perpetuating these oppressive systems of knowledge, and to actively seek to revise these foundational concepts. So I just finished by saying that in my view, this can only be done in conversations such as this one, when we can just sit down and think together through these legacies of genocidal violence in our respective communities. So, dziękuję. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. Holy moly. Wow. That was very emotional and my brain is on fire. Which means it's a great time for a break. So we're going to take a break. I want to let people know that if anyone's having an issue seeing the slides, we're using the spotlight function. If you can't see it, you might have to upgrade your version of Zoom. I'm sorry I didn't say that earlier, but if you weren't able to see Dorota's slides come up, it's because you probably do not have the most recent version of Zoom. So maybe on the break, I would encourage you to do that. So we're going to take about a 15-minute break. On the break, we're going to have for those who keep things on, we're going to get to hear some music from some of the artists. Some of the artists are part of the panelists. Without further ado, I welcome you to our break. Thank you all so much. See you in 15 minutes.
Хатонька, вікнами придорозь. Ой, хто йде, не йде, той сироти дивує, що в сиротині гарний хлопець ночує. Хмара навісла на сиротину, вся неславонька звість. Ой, пошла неслава по полю гукаючи, плаче дівчина, дитину гойдаю. Косят, а вітрик повіває, шовкова трава на косу вилягай. А там козак косив, а дівка жито жала, вона з козаком і стиха розмовля. На тобі, козаче, цю малую дитину, як і не возьмеш, то я під косу кину.
остаетесь.
drag me away. Today they're here for me. I look to my father, but they stand in his way, saying this is how it's gonna be. The walls of this schoolhouse feel like a cell. They tell me that prayer heals all loss. I'm not allowed to sing or speak the words that I know. I pray to the man on a cross. This is what I ask him. finding words for the past. Answers are coming at last.
Michael, we can't hear you.
Oh, here I was being very proud of my after break tone while on mute. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a good break. And I hope you enjoyed the music. I now have the pleasure of introducing our moderator for the remaining part of the public portion of the event. Renalta Arluk, who I don't even think knows how influential she's been to me. I've known Renalta for a while, and this isn't a part of your bio, Renalta, but several things that Renalta has herself said about her own experience I have found incredibly moving, and also has been a big inspiration for this event. And I don't know if I've even told you that, Renalta. So thank you. Renalta and I had a lot of time together in Edinburgh last year, but we're in different countries now, so we don't get to talk. Renalta Arluk is an Inuvialuit Cree Dene from the Northwest Territories, raised by her grandparents on the trapline until school age. For over 20 years, Renalta has been part of or initiated the creation of Indigenous theatre across Canada and overseas. She founded Akpik Theatre, the only professional Indigenous theatre company in the Northwest Territories. Akpik Theatre strives to flourish in the northern climate it reflects by developing, mentoring, and producing performance-based work that is Northern Indigenous inspired and created. Renalta is also currently the Director of Indigenous Arts at the Banff Centre for Arts and Creativity. And she's also the mother to her son, Carver. I'd like to welcome Renalta Arluk.
Masicho Kuyanik, that's very generous of you, Michael. Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. Ublami Atira Renalta Arluk. I come to you from Treaty 7 territory in Banff, Alberta, Canada. Treaty 7 is the traditional territories of the Stoney Nakoda, the Sitchin of the Dene, the Blackfoot, Métis Region 3, and other neighboring territories of Cree and Tanaha, and now housing a couple Inuit. I'm not the only Inuk in this area, so that makes me happy. I'm very grateful to be here and to hear the conversations that we're going to be part of today. I'm still pretty much in that, taking in the incredible knowledge shared by Lorena and Dorota, so I'm very grateful for that. Masicho Kuyanik for sharing such in-depth and intriguing and emotional and intelligent knowledge with us this morning. I think just a little ground guidance, that I'm pretty much a free flower. So what I'll do is we can open up with maybe a question or some thoughts and reflections of what we heard. And then if we want to use the raise hand emoji, we totally can. If you want to just raise your hand, I'll keep an eye out for both of those. There will be questions in the chat from YouTube, from Facebook, and the chat here. And so I thankfully have Teresa Cutknife, who's going to be helping me navigate all the questions. The goal would be to, like if you have your hand raised, then I can say your name and we can focus in on you so that everyone who's watching and listening could see you. And we'll do that as well with the attendees that have signed up to watch, to be part of us. If you have a question, I will likely say your name as well. and so that we can bring you up and you can ask your question with a face attached to that name, which will be so good. If there's any questions with that, are there any questions? Great. Just to share some background on our family history is that I was deeply compelled listening to Lorena talk about, okay, thank you. I'm gonna put this over here. Yes, great. My mother is a residential school survivor. She attended 2 schools in the Northwest Territories. My grandmother is a day home survivor, so that was kind of the names of the schools prior to them being called residential schools. What really resonated with Lorena was the conversation about loss of language, and that language isn't a right that's protected under a law, which surprised me, but didn't surprise me in that same capacity because it is such a way of erasure, and that being a child of a residential school survivor has been so conflicting because intergenerational trauma is very real, but it is also not always tangible feeling. So one thing I am grateful for is that to find my voice as an artist, or find how we take the impact of the deep trauma that's happened intergenerationally and how we use that to respond to that, to heal from that, from an artistic lens or an artistic practice, which is what I'm really grateful for, and really grateful for all the people that are joining us today and the panelists in Circle, that taking that deep historical trauma and awareness and learnings and feelings and then putting them into an artistic lens is, I think, pretty inspirational. So I'm just going to start with questions from Elma Moses and then Anita Glowacka.
I was so sorry. This is Elma. I was just, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm Elma. So second generation survivor. So when I was listening to about the Holocaust, second generation, actually where it happened, I found it very powerful. As part of the residential school experience, I think in terms of the many approaches that were used to I don't know, it's because English is actually my third language, because Cree is still my first language. French is my second one, which was that language used for colonization and for cultural genocide. That history is still very fresh because it's still an ongoing. The cultural aspect of the residential school, when we talked about cultural genocide, the other aspect of it is our missing families, members that attended those institutions. And my dad's generation is that. And the colonialization that's been used is the many things about language, the colonial languages. And I think for me as a survivor, psychologically, there's a blockage in terms of transmission of especially the language part. because I was 5 years old when those psychologically, or even though you don't understand the language, you're not supposed to speak your indigenous language. However, you could express yourself in the terms of beading, the creation of beading, which is an artistic form. So, and in terms of memoirs too, which is a very colonial means as well. So I'm still searching in terms of why I got interested in, it's just the beginning for me in terms of the Holocaust and different types of genocides, to reconcile those two experiences that, I don't fully understand in terms of what the people who suffer from genocides, and in terms of trying to merge it with the residential school experience. For example, do we actually have in Canada studies on residential schools? Because if you go to university, you're being pigeonholed into either First People Studies, Indigenous Studies, education. My degree is actually in education. So they didn't know what to do with my PhD, so they put me in curriculum and instruction. Because my thing is, my PhD talks about the residential school experience and in terms of the oral tradition. So my question really is, have an understanding of the connections and the similarities or the differences of the different types of genocides and with the residential school experience, because it's a long history. It's 120 years of history that happened, because I'm the second generation. There are some questions that I ask myself that I cannot really answer, because the experiences of being put in the residential schools, which was similar of the picture that you were of the barbed wires and some of those symbolic things that happen, and you can't leave those enclosures. That's the experiences that we had as children, very, very small children, and witnessing violence at a very young age and not being able to look down. You had to watch. So anyways, however, you understood some of the outcomes that happened in those concentration camps. However, for the residential school stuff, you had to be there. I have to say that it's it's almost to me, anyways, to think about the time you are there and you can't escape it. The prison-like, as a child, to be subjected to that, and to witness some of the violence on small children and not being able to escape those things is very torture. And I understand why some of those residential school survivors committed suicide. One of my classmates, he failed, and right now he can't really lead a normal life because he blew out his face, his mouth, and his nose, and his tongue out. So these are some of the stuff that happened, because I witnessed him being brutally beaten and in front of our class as a fourth grader. anyways, so these are some of the stuff that I can't really understand, because you see images of the concentration camps that be in Warsaw, Auschwitz, or elsewhere, you know. However, the stuff that we saw in the residential schools are in our mind and on our memory. And what do we do with that? How do we commemorate in those situations? However, what I have started to do is started rebeading again, and learn those skills that have skipped from me to my daughter, and who's doing a bachelor's of fine arts, because at the residential schools we were, as young women, we were not allowed to go into the arts. I would have been an artist, but I wasn't allowed to go there to learn how to draw or anything like that. It was reserved for the male. So, however, you know, we still have to find a way to become artistic. And I'm glad that that one of the speakers mentioned Daniel Paul, because I met him. But what really surprised me is that the lack of knowledge, even among First Nation, Inuit, and Métis students, because there was hardly anyone who came and shared the lunch with him, you know. I was one of the few that came to see him and got his book when he came to Concordia and McGill. And because that's the effect of the cultural genocide. The young generations have no knowledge of their own history. And it's really sad to see. And when we speak, there's no one who comes. Even when we talk about indigenous languages, it's all theory and academic papers. When we actually give talks on language, I gave a talk about 3-4 years ago at the Concordia on how to teach indigenous languages. I think we only had 2-3 members in the audience. So how do you? So people have to show the indigenous people themselves that they really are, and support the people who actually teach, even if we're elders, you know, now, and residential schools. Come and support us when we give talks about our languages, about our Yimon. Otherwise, you know, we're it's sad to see, you know, because we all are complicit when we don't support people who, and we're not being paid for that. Mm-hmm. I wasn't paid to give those talks, even as a course lecturers. You know, you're only paid for your course, and if you give a talk, a presentation, you're not being paid for it. It's volunteer work.
That's part of the what Lorena was talking about in the erasure of education, that genocide is still happening because our histories aren't being taught to us in the government system or in the educational systems. So it's the impact of that is that if you don't get taught it and you don't know it, then you don't show up for it when the opportunity's there. So thank you, Alma, for sharing those words with us. Tamara.
Hi, Miigwech, Alma. There was a couple of things that you said that really, so many questions that really struck me. But the one that I wanted to speak about was the question when you asked, how do we commemorate this? You know, it's in our memories, it's in our bodies, it's in our family secrets, you know, our stories. And I have this very unique experience that because I come from Holocaust survivors and residential school survivors, I got to go to Poland with my grandfather, and he took us to and he took us to Auschwitz, which was the first camp that he went through. He went through 8 camps, and he took us to the barrack he was in. I mean, this is the most visceral, embodied experience to walk through his stories of the day he arrived, where he went, who he befriended, these tactics that you use for survival. And my sisters and I were walking through, and you go through this museum part, which is, you see all the hair, you see their suitcases, you see everything that was taken away when they got off the train. And I look to, I'm processing it with my sisters because they're the only ones who understand this dual heritage that we come from, where we are forever asking to be seen in our Indigenous genocide. And we wonder why, what is the imbalance of that being recognized as atrocious as what happened in Poland. And we had this idea, what if we did a museum that housed all the hair that they shaved off when all the little kids came in, and then you'd see a pile of all their clothes of the before they were put into their uniforms, and all the dolls that were taken away, and all the keepsakes. Also the same question of how can we commemorate at the same time educate, because there is this great disparity between how these 2 genocides are remembered and that one is still actively happening. And so I thank you, Elma, for asking that question. I don't know what the answer is. And then even in a more, I guess, spiritual lens, I know that culturally, memorializing places and things in the past is sometimes counterintuitive to Indigenous teachings, certainly teachings that I've learned, and so then we're even faced with the challenge of what if we're meant to have forward movement? What if we're not supposed to save in the past? And so these have been very confusing things to make sense of, because I know the power that one has had in my life, which is this reference, these physical spaces of reference, of memory, to teach and educate and commemorate, and this other space that, other than the ruins, it's the gate of the ruins of the residential school that my grandparents went to, in Lebret, in Fort Capel, Saskatchewan. How different would it be if we had a similar space that memorialized what happened? That's where I'm at. Yeah. I don't have an answer for that, but that's what it brought up for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Andrea?
I want to thank Alma as well for those words, because when she talked about how do we go, Tamara, same thing. I was really moved by that image of how do we move from the head to outside in the world, right? And I guess there was something about the voicelessness and the loss of language, and voicelessness has been my journey as an artist. So I just want to quickly say that, I don't have an answer in any capacity, but one avenue of shifting this getting from here to here is like passing the invitation to an artist. I have written songs that I didn't want to write, that I had felt I had no business writing, but if an elder asks or a word gets passed, it's like something in me responded to that. So it's like, even if it wasn't my story to tell, it became my story to tell because I was invited. Please tell this story. We don't have a song for that, Andrea. Please go pray and write a song. And I'm like, yeah. Okay, so it's like an invitation from our elders to use the ones who are here,
Mm-hmm.
you know, saying yes. So that's all I have to offer on that one.
Sorry, I thought I was on mute, Andrea. I'm just like yes and nodding with you. That it is really the power and the strength of the resilience of the elders that have, and the survivors that are asking for us to respond, to support them, to get like you say, like the voicelessness to have voice. And the way that you've done that is so incredible and exceptional with your music and the work that you do and the advocacy work that you do, which is really vital. And so thank you for sharing that.
I can
Pavel?
jump in and add some. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'll get you after Pavel, Monique. Merci.
I just want to say something very, very shortly to answer the question about commemorating and about the role of art in this. And I want to share something that I found in one of the concentration camps. Right at the entrance to the gas chambers, which, as you of course know, people who were queuing there, they didn't know where they are going and what's going to happen with them. So at the entrance there on the line of 1 meter and 20 centimeters, there was a series of drawings of butterflies. So in some moment, one of the kids probably started to draw a butterfly, and then more added their butterflies. And so the question of commemorating is not something that we can really ask how, we can ask how, but it's obvious that we are carrying this burden. And I think the role of art in it was also this chance for this for the scream of this what's perishing. Because when I'm doing my work about Warsaw Ghetto, I very often speak about incredibly vivid work of artists, and I think yeah, I just wanted somehow to respond to what Tamara was saying, because I can also hear in the tone of your voice how it is working in you, and it's working in me as well. What I heard during last hours, and I think the answer is kind of we are obliged to, and we are haunted by this, and this is our role is to find some kind of way to express it and share it, but it's obviously going to happen because that was the intention of those who we can still hear. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Monique?
Yeah, I also wanted to speak to the role of art and the power of transformation that I've experienced as an artist. It's ongoing, but in, I guess, the early 90s, I was working with a Cree theater artist named Floyd Favel. Some of you know him. And he used to call me periodically and just start talking in the middle of a sentence. And this one time he called me, he said, "I've been thinking, we don't have any memorials to our dead. We don't have any memorials to all the massacres. We don't have that." And we decided to take a trip to Washington, D.C., and we visited all those memorials there in the center, in the bastion of this. All of they're very militaristic, they're very imperialist. So we also went to the Holocaust Museum. We had to leave in the middle, and we went outside, and he threw up. The way that the Holocaust Museum is built, you can't go back where you left off to see the rest of it. You have to go all the way through everything to get back where you went out. So I remember there's a bridge that you cross inside the museum that takes you walking through a boxcar. That was one of the boxcars that went to Treblinka. And I was following him across that bridge, and I couldn't move any farther because my feet got stuck to the ground. He was already on the other side of the boxcar. He turned around and he had to come and get me. He had to lead me through that car. At the end, we had been there since 8 in the morning. We lined up. We entered at 8 in the morning. We didn't leave till the museum closed at 5. And the last rooms there are the halls of remembrance. And by the time we got there, all the candles had been lit. They were all burned. And I had wanted to light a candle at the Auschwitz sign because that's where 6 members of my family had been murdered. And there was nothing for me to do there within that structure, within the context, but Floyd had a drum. So I said, give me your drum. And I ended up singing an honor song in the Holocaust Museum, which was one of the heights of my half-breededness. Made the security guards very, very nervous. And after that experience, the next piece of performance that I was part of creating was the Scrubbing Project, which was something that I did with Gianni Lozon and Michelle St. John. We had Turtle Gals Performance Ensemble, and the structure of that was a feast for the dead. And the very last thing that we constructed, the very last image, was that memorial. It was a massacre memorial. And as we are speaking from the point of view of artists and from people who have chosen our life work or were born as artists and compelled and driven to put our bodies in service to telling these stories. I'm sorry, I've been having a hard time. Because usually I do one story or the other story. The times when I do both genocides at once, it's really tough. But to be in service of telling these stories allows us the possibility, the potential of transformation that I feel an enormous responsibility to. And it can be done. That I think the only way, we were talking about, like, how do you live with it? How do you survive after it? I think Mikola, started at the beginning of saying, well, how do you go beyond our own victimization? You know, how do you go beyond? I am so bored of my victim story. And I really, really make a very concerted effort to start someplace else. I try very much to start with what's not broken, what is whole. And it is being an artist that's allowed me to do that and to live with it, to live with the knowledge that it's not my imagination. They're trying to kill me. And that has been deliberate and ongoing. And as someone who comes from that double genocide, it's something I mentioned when we had the preliminary artist talks, that among these commonalities, the big divergence here between the experience of European Jewish Holocaust and genocide and the experience of the Holocaust in the Americas is that the Holocaust here is ongoing. It has never let up. And one of the most glaring examples of that is the under conservative estimates of at least 4,000 missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada alone. That's not the numbers for the US or Mexico or Panama or Peru or Chile. Yeah.
Thank you. It's true, Monique, that that people who know injustice everywhere, and that we carry that knowledge within us because we are compelled to relate and connect with and try to understand how. So appreciate your feedback and your emotions. And I just want to encourage that, you know, there's many of us, we see our faces here, but at times if you feel that you need to take off your camera, take a breath, drink some water, you know, stand up, please feel that that is something that is absolutely for you to do, and just to keep that going. I want to bring in Barry, and then from there we'll go back into the audience and bring up Anita.
Thanks. Yeah, I'd just like to start with, oh, my face comes up, that's weird. Here, gallery. Yeah, I mean, two things. One, I am, well, more than two things, but one, I feel like I really resonated with what Dorota was saying about her father or uncle laughing at everything. I'm catching myself already, like whenever things are getting really intense, I'm just like, yeah, yeah, that did happen. But that's just my way of connecting, not to minimize anything. And I want to also say that what I'm about to say isn't to minimize the experience of the residential school individuals as well. It's to broaden the perspective a little bit. I think speaking a little bit to the idea of, you know, this is an ongoing and this is a much more pervasive genocide that is befallen our families. My family, I grew up kind of separated from the culture. I mean, I was the only visibly, you know, white passing one out of my immediate family, and we were just living our, you know, impoverished North Edmonton life, and everything was fine. But there was all these, you know, all these instances of violence and sexual violence and things around, and we were constantly just combating them like they were just the way that the world worked. As I started to get older, I started to understand the acts of violence and sexual violence that were very pervasive in my mother and my aunties, my uncles' lives, from particularly one individual in our family, but also, you know, the community at large. And then later in my life, understanding that that person had been the victim of residential school and had gone through all of that in Onion Lake. And so my understanding of it had been inverted. I learned about it. I didn't learn about residential school until after I had waded through all of the effects that it had happened. And by the time I got there, I spoke to my mom about it. And I asked her very pointedly, which I'm grateful for that relationship with her, what does that do? Like understanding what he has gone through. And I've been teaching her what I'm learning from university, what I've learned from the community, what I've learned from the benefits of meeting people in my artistic realm, about the traditions and the stories and also the history. And so I shared with her, I taught her about script and showed her our script documents and taught her about the residential school experience and told her that he had gone through that. And she said that she can feel sorry that that happened to him, but she can never forgive him for what he did to us. And it was in that moment where the idea of, you know, truth and reconciliation as being a commemoration of solely the residential school experience kind of splintered in my mind, realizing that my mom had been bounced from city and town to town to avoid going to residential school. But I don't speak my language to avoid going into that our family signed over our status to avoid that history. And that, you know, our most direct connection to the physical schools themselves is such a volatile one, complicates my whole perception of it as well. So I just wanted to expand the scope of understanding that we're not necessarily just comparing, you know, the Holocaust that happened under certain parameters. I know that what I've been researching, it's much more expansive than simply what happened in the Second World War. And also the legacy of residential school. Those are both just very particular moments in these histories.
Thank you for that, Barry. I know that we're very close to Darlene Auger, who talks about Cree cosmology, that the center of all focus is the child, and then the child, and then the women, and then the elders, and then the men, and that it was a very targeted approach to dismantle the relationship between child and mother and child and women. And that is the dismantling and the unrippling of that residential school, that genocide, that cultural undoing. And so to acknowledge that that was a purposeful decision for us to not have that relationship with our parents, so that we lose all the teachings that come surrounded by women. So thank you very much for sharing that.
Thank you.
We're going to bring in Anita, who has a question as well.
I'm not sure if Aneta's here, but her microphone's not on. So while we're waiting, maybe we move to the next person.
Sounds good. The next person is Magda.
Hi. Thank you, everyone. So I'm Magda. I'm one of the co-directors of festivals, but today more in the capacity of participant. I was really struck by some of the stories connected to the territories, and it came very powerfully. And what Lorena was sharing, and some of you were sharing also, and Michael talking about his return, Dorota talking about her father refusing to leave Poland, and it reminded me of a quote that I can't find right now, but I'll try to find it, by Rabbi Abraham Heschel, who talked about the fact that the Jewish spirituality that developed in Poland was very much rooted in the land itself, and the landscapes and the hills and the nature. And I think that right now, when we think of Poland, we really associate it mostly with the horror, and the land has to do, you know, the forests have become horrifying. The land of the camps, I think, has become horrifying. And I wonder if there's any, I guess it's my open question to anybody who would like to respond regarding, sorry, our son's just demanding attention. If you would like to offer a comment, the land is very prominent in the subtitle as well of this gathering, of how we perceive territory or land in this process of either healing or the next stage of, it's very interesting for me. Sorry, I'm gonna go on mute now.
Does anyone want to speak about land?
And so I can offer something. I'm Dziękuję, Magda, for bringing my focus to that, because I remember walking through the camps with my grandfather, and he used to say, "Do you hear that? Do you hear the birds?" Because the camps that we saw were just in the middle of these forests, like you're in the middle of the most beautiful scenery, and the birds are chirping. And we were there in April, so it was just that spring awakening. It was still snow on the ground. It was still cold, but you could hear the birds everywhere. And he said, I listen to this every day. And so it was this, I don't know if he was recalling a solace or a comfort of it, but it was such a memory for him how beautiful his surroundings were in these places of horror. It just that memory is so vivid. I wanted to share.
Thank you. Thank you. Dorota?
It's just kind of, if I understood what Magda was saying, because when I was thinking about this destruction of Jewish culture, again, through I'd say the lens of what I've been learning about the destruction of indigenous cultures. And then I was kind of talking to some of my colleagues who, they are descendants of Polish Jews, and they are in New York now. And they speak Yiddish, and Yiddish actually is no longer considered an extinct language, because there is a community of language speakers in New York. And I just felt this like huge loss, right? Because I knew that pretty much everyone on my grandmother's, my babcia Fela's family, they all spoke Yiddish. But they spoke Yiddish in Kraków, and they spoke Yiddish in Rzeszów, and they spoke Yiddish in Bochnia, and they just had such a kind of sense of connection with that place. So I can't quite explain it, but for me, the fact that, the speakers of Yiddish, I know there are some in Poland, and some again of my friends have learned it. And to me, this is again how Yiddish is completely uprooted from the communities where it used to exist. And my grandmother also spoke Yiddish. So when my father and my grandmother didn't want me to understand something when I was little, they would kind of say something in Yiddish, and I didn't know what it was. But again, for my grandmother, it was unimaginable to leave Poland, right? It was the place. So again, the connection is very different, and I'm just trying to think through that. But it really makes me realize that, Jews are the people of the book, and we kind of wander all over the world. But I feel that my ancestors were really rooted in those places. They were so rooted in those places, and now there are, there is a cemetery here or there, but I don't know where the graves are. And this is just such a terrible, terrible loss of that particular, land and that particular connection. And I have kind of left that place too. And I always feel this kind of loss and loss and loss, right? And also love that is just now so displaced.
Let's see, Joe. We're going to have Lorena, Dr. Det, and then Mikolai.
Yeah, I'm really glad that the land was brought into the conversation. It's something that I know that has troubled a lot of, well, not troubled, but a lot of Aboriginal people have said that it's often missed from the discussions about the legacy of colonialism. And I know I often hear when elders go into our traditional territories, that they say that we were so connected to the living environment at one time that we could hear the land, the spirits of the land. And that the more that we got disconnected from that, those spirits left. They got further away from us. And I really feel like our ability to move forward and the healing is intimately connected with the land. I also think that language is key to that, the language of the land. I've always been told that our languages from this area come from the living environment. Our concepts, our ideas, our thought processes come from our relationship to the land. And yet it's often left out of the conversations about these past atrocities. And I think they're key because it's a way for us to move forward, but a way for us to look back in a healthy way. There's a bridge there that I think is really key. I also think that I had this vivid this vivid picture that came alive when I think Dorota was talking. When traditionally, when our children were born, we buried the umbilical cord and the placenta into the ground. So we have life and we also have death in the ground that connects us to, I think, our relationship to the living environment that is really critical to think about. One of the elders said that our belly buttons are embedded in the land because of the traditional way that we used to, like our birthing traditions. And so I think there's living spirits in the land that can help us think through some of these challenges, but also that connect us to our ancestors. I was really touched by one of the artists said that we already know in our bodies what to do. We already know, the things that we need to do in order to move from these experiences, to have conversations about these experiences. And I think the land plays a very strong and silent part in this.
Thank you. When we think about land too, it's like when we look at Indigenous peoples at a global level with UNDRIP, that the voices that we bring forward are not only the voices of us, but also the land and the water and the animals that encompass that. So it really resonates well, that question. We'll move to Dr. Deb.
Hi. Oh, I moved from my little feather, called my grandmother, to the context of the conversation. Just so you know, I've gone to the boss because I feel that part of the thing that I want to say about the land was reflecting also, I think Tamara mentioned it, from my understanding of our creation story, that each of the nations of people were placed on a particular part of the earth. And each one of those nations were given teachings and relationship that they would follow. And so the way that I think of that connection to land is where we're originally placed with our original language, our original thinking, our original teachings and relationship with that land. And I also think about how we come from spirit. So that's one of the cosmologies that I think that is different than many other ways of thinking, but that we came from spirit into the physical vessel. And so as our vessel was being prepared, our mothers were eating that food wherever she was located. She was eating that food and drinking that water, and that's what created that vessel for us. In our creation story, we're told that just as the Creator created Anishinaabe in the best way to reflect that image of herself, himself, that so did our mothers. That when she ate that food from that land, that she created our vessels in the best way that she knew how. And I often challenge that with people, because somehow through society, somehow through all of these things that have happened to us, we forget that. And so sometimes I challenge that, and it might be hard to look and do that on the screen, but we were born in the most beautiful creation that our mothers could. And if we've forgotten that, You know, I invite everybody to look on your gallery view, look at each other, and tell me if that's still not true. Because maybe it was at one time when you were born, the people that came to surround you said that. Oh, look how beautiful she is. Oh, look how we welcome him. He has all of his, you know, I'm if you've unfortunately didn't have that experience, that probably if I was able to ask each and every one of your mothers what she thought of you when you came into this life, she would have said that you were created in the most beautiful way that she could. And that even though we might have forgotten about that, that thinking, we should still remember that. And when we see each other, remember that that our vessel is that reflection of creation. It's a reflection of that land. One of the things that, you know, Renalta, am I saying your name right? Sorry. Is in reflection of when you talked about removing the children from that center. So I don't have my educational item. I was thinking about where it is, but I have a moss bag. So a moss bag is that tie. There's other names for it, a papoose, but you'll see it. It's tied across like this. And at the bottom, there's, if I find one, there's one of the toys kids around here, but for the people that don't know what I'm speaking about, there's a hole at the bottom. So, you know, when you talk about that, our governance, our kinship and relationship is reflected in that moss bag. The ways that that ties ours is our clan system. The hole at the bottom, or that opening, is that spirit, the same as that opening that remains in that child, that spirit. So even in that moss bag teaching, you see our clan system. You see that the center of our relationship was around that child, was around our governance, was around spirit centered. So there's still that physical evidence that, you know, these items that, you know, there's teachings and all of that, which is why I'm always so grateful of how smart our ancestors must have been to send not just a safe transport for our young children to feel bundled, but also the teachings of our entire clan system. You also see that in our lodges. All of our creation story is in there. So even that moss bag or that Tikanagan contains part of our cosmology. So that part about the land that I just wanted to reflect was that deep connection, and why I think that many people, oh, thank you, Lorena, is in our conversations, you know, it is in our DNA because of where we've eaten. And I think I had that thought once when I went to New Zealand one time, is if I eat the food from New Zealand, when they're acknowledging me, I kind of felt like I was eating, well, not to sound, well, it could sound weird. It sounds weird in English, but maybe not always in my thinking, that, but I'm eating the food from the land where their ancestors are. So in that way, I'm eating that DNA. And then I had this other appreciation of that way in which we feast, and what that means to eat. And so we did that, you know, before we came here today. Like last night, we did put food out to acknowledge our connection to land and our ancestors, and also to invite them to support us in these conversations today. So sorry, Lorena, did you want to, I'd have a split screen, but did you want to show your Tikanagan again?
Sure, I'll grab it.
And I'll stop talking.
What's really nice about, thank you so much for introducing the teachings of the moss bag. It's similar to Inuit culture as well, which is the babies were carried on our back, and it allows them to see what we see. And Lakuluk Bathory, Williamson Bathory, is an incredible Enoch artist. And her mother did childcare, and she said, children in strollers, all they remember are your knees. So that's why the Moses bag is so wonderful. Bless you, Joe. We're going to go over to Mikołaj Czacka, who wanted to share some words with us.
Oh, thank you, Renata, for pronouncing my name properly. That's really nice. Second name, especially Czacka, is very difficult for everybody. There's about this land. For me, this is a very intimate story because Poland is a small country compared to Canada. And you know, I'm from the north. I was born in Gdańsk. This is a small city by the seaside. My parents are from Warsaw, and they survived the Holocaust. I mean, the Second War in Warsaw. So my father in this Polish side, and my mother, not really in a ghetto because they hide it in a Polish side for many months, and then they escaped. But this is I want to tell the story that I really feel at home in Warsaw. So even when I wasn't born, and even I don't like this place, I have the feeling that this is the grave of my family. This is like a family grave. So I feel bad there in Warsaw, but I feel at home. That I have such a feeling that there is kind of a seed. This is very abstractive because for me, this city is part of the people, and it's very business city. It's a town when we have our not so nice government, what we don't like. Everything what is in Warsaw, maybe not everything, but many things I really hate. But every time when I'm going by train from my city, from my town, it's like 2-3 hours traveling, really short traveling. I have a feeling that I'm landing in different world. So, of course, I know a lot of stories. My father telling me stories about like uprising and about the revolution, uprising in a Warsaw ghetto, and uprising in a ghetto because he was like 10 years old. He was a witness of all the things. So probably I have this big connection with my land because of my father, the stories, and like this what I really got from this legacy, what I've got from my family. But the feeling what I have is like it's kind of instinct. I have that it's really stronger than me. Even when I'm like just talking about this right now, my feeling has changed and my voice is totally a little bit collapsing. And the second thing, what I would like to only tell and mention, this is, I'm a musician, so I'm traveling a lot, even in my country. I was in many places, and of course in the 80s, like a lot of young people, I had the idea to escape to the other country. Because in the 80s, Poland wasn't good country for growing up, for like having good education, better life. So many of my friends just immigrate for different countries. And during this time, especially on the end of the 80s, I had the idea to go to Israel. And I didn't decide to make Aliyah. After when I visited this place and I had the feeling that probably there is my land, I didn't feel that, I was like, oh, okay, it's exotic. Of course, a lot of Jews live there, and like many of them, maybe too much of them. And then I decided to stay in my country even when my country is not so nice for us Jews, even when it's very bad time, I have the feeling that these birds, what Tamara says about them, every April, they're just singing for me. I mean, these April birds, there's nothing like that. Never. I mean, they're beautiful birds singing in Australia, beautiful in New Zealand. I mean, amazing. This is something what I never had before. But the Polish birds, when they're singing, okay, that's all. Thank you.
I was like, Polish birds. Sounds incredible.
Don't try to eat them.
I won't try. Monique? And then Ola.
Okay, I wanted to say something about land as well, and that because my father was European, I was first taken to Europe when I was 15, and it had been the first time he went back. So it was 23 years from the time that he had arrived in the US as a war orphan. And I was so uncomfortable in Western Europe, in France, where he was born and raised, or we went to Italy or Switzerland, with this the discomfort, the Netherlands of being ungrounded, of being somehow like this helium balloon floating around. And that had been my impression of Europe. Imagine my surprise then, arriving for the first time in Poland. I flew into Katowice. I got off the plane and I was grounded. And I remember thinking, what is this? I had never experienced that before in Europe. I was familiar with it from having gone to my great-grandmother's ancestral lands in Virginia. I had felt it in Cunayala, Panama, but to feel it in Europe was odd for me. And then I realized that you're on ancestral land. And it remained a surprise for me throughout that whole first and the second visit, that the land in Poland is so strong. Those woods, I didn't know that there was horror associated with the woods. Yes, of course, but it wasn't something I knew. The birch trees, the spirits of those forests are still there. They're still present. They let me know they were there. One of the contradictions that I found in the beauty of the land in Poland is how beautiful the land is in the areas surrounding concentration camps. That I was really struck by. And I was also there in the spring, May, both times. The second time, both times I went on these excursions with Eugenia Soika, who's one of the audience members here and will be with us later. And the second time we went to the north, which is very different land and a different experience, but still an enormous power and the sense of the presence of the ancientness on that land was really, really strong for me. So I guess I just wanted to add that in terms of what it felt like to take this indigenous identified body to a place so far away, so really foreign to me. I don't speak a word of Polish. I think the only one I learned in the whole time was, tak, tak, tak. But, it's hard for me to pronounce, and it was still the language of the energy of the land was an instant recognition. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Nuedi.
Merci. We have a question from Andreas.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me? Yeah, I just wanted to ask about, since lots of the speakers have talked about how indigenous genocide in Turtle Island is still kind of an ongoing process, both through the school, like kind of erasure of identity in the school system, settler colonial policies more generally. I was wondering if there might be ways in which the European Holocaust might have kind of had a longer kind of duration past 1945 in kind of more subtle ways, maybe in the ways that post-war governments kind of completed the erasure of Jewish communities or continued making life difficult for Jewish communities up until today.
That's an excellent question.
I think I kind of spoke to that a little in my very, very brief account. That again, like the fact that like Mikołaj and I didn't know we were Jewish because our parents were protecting us, right? Like, and I actually, when I was like 10 years old, my grandmother told me that she had written a memoir of her times from the war, and that she wanted me to read it after she passed away. And then I found out I was Jewish. Then my grandmother passed away. And I said, where's my grandmother's notebook? Because I now want to learn everything about who they were as Jews and what happened to them during the war. And they didn't want, they said that the notebook had been lost, and it literally took many years before suddenly, miraculously, it found itself. And I thought, finally, I will learn about what happened to my family with my grandmother's words. And I read her memoirs from the war, and there was nothing about being Jewish. So she like hid it from herself, even in that, notebook that she didn't want us to read. There was just such pressure to kind of protect us in case something happens again, that like even in that secret notebook, she didn't say it. Like the way I think about it, she was hiding during the war, she was hiding after the war. And then like we, her grandchildren, we were still hiding. I don't know how else to explain it. So it is in that sense, I think that there was this perpetuation of like this demolition of like Jewish life and Jewish culture. And it's hard for me to explain it to my Jewish friends in America because they are such proud Jews. So I can't even explain to them what it means that, well, I feel Jewish pride in America, but like in Poland, I feel Jewish shame because I grew up with like having to hide. I didn't tell any of my friends I was Jewish. And when I told one of my friends, my best friend, she said, don't worry, you are Jewish, I will still be your friend. That's how she consoled me, which was actually really crushing, right? So just having said that and answered in a way in the affirmative to what you asked, right, that there was this continuing erasure, I just also want to say that I would be reluctant to like really compare the two sorts of ongoing genocide because of the fact that the Holocaust has taken up so much space in public memory, so much space in education. And again, there are so many Holocaust scholars who are just so, entrenched in like the Holocaust is the most important, event that has ever happened in the history of the world. That's why I am, reluctant to kind of draw direct parallels, right? Because, the obliteration of indigenous cultures here where I live now, and I no longer know which land I am emotionally connected to because I actually love Nova Scotia is so beautiful. It blows my mind and I cry like every day because I see the ocean from my house and it's really, really beautiful. But I think the only place where I like really, really feel the connection is in that Jewish cemetery. When I go there and I'm like there because this is one of my relatives is actually buried there. And this is maybe the only place where I feel I'm like really rooted. Otherwise, I think I'm kind of floating.
Yeah. I just wanted to offer, Ola hasn't had an opportunity to speak yet. And then I know that Pavu also wanted to offer some words.
Thank you so much. Just very quickly, I will come back to the question or statement about the land, and I want to refer to that because part of my academic work is that I travel across Poland and search, locate uncommemorated, unmarked burial sites of the Jewish victims of the Holocaust that are located in Polish villages, mostly in the forests. And that's true what Magda said, that forests are most often, when you know about the history of the Holocaust, they are associated with the horror. But when you are there, there is a striking beauty of these places that also like makes you feel almost uncomfortable. And for me, it was like there was a turning point when I learned that according to Jewish religious law, the halacha, everything that grows on the grave belongs to the dead. And then somehow I realized that these places somehow, like the beauty of these places is less problematic for me, because somehow I feel the nature, the beautiful nature that grows there belongs to the dead that are buried there, or their ashes are also buried there. And I also, there's another thing about the landscape and nature, which is also important for me, because when I was visiting and doing research in the site of the former concentration and death camp in Sobibor, I also discovered how much the land and the landscape and the nature worked as an archive for the material traces of the camp itself in a site where seemingly there is nothing. And I think somehow I realized that the living vegetation is also a precious archive. Thank you so much.
Pavel?
I just wanted to say something a little bit in contrast about the landscape, referring to this memory of visiting concentration camp and hearing the birds, and this incredible, beautiful nature, because I think there's something more behind only this something more than just seeing the beauty of it, because it's called all when you say it, when I think of many stories of people hiding, I heard it's coming back to me that this very strong perception of the landscape and a special tone of animals and birds, which is the source, which tells you that it's okay now and nobody is going to catch you. Then this kind of sensitivity to the landscape for me is less connected to this forgive me this word and my poor English, but this romantic reference to landscape, but it's more connected to the need of developing this incredible ability to hide, because people were hiding in the forests and in the towns, and in our DNA, in our bodies, it's still there. When my grandma was spent war in Warsaw, and she was kind of hiding she escaped from ghetto. She was outside of the ghetto, so she was pretending not being Jewish, and she never wanted to admit that she speaks Yiddish. She died never referring her real name, and her real name I found in papers, and then I told it to my mom, which heard it from me for the first time. But anyway, she was never going back the same way. When we were walking through Warsaw, she always used to say, let's go back, let's take the other way on the way back. And so I think, and there are fairy tales also, and there are fairy tales about the beauty of the landscape, And suddenly in these fairy tales, 2 children are brought to the forests and left there, miraculously finding some cottage made of gingerbread, right? But why the children are there? Because their parents are leaving them there because it's Holodomor, it's starvation. People are dying because there's no food. So children are left there and they have visions and animals are coming to comfort them. So in this picture of landscape, for me, there is some huge difference between, as long as this conversation allows me to have to see these differences, there is our Jewish, Eastern European, Polish Jewish reference to landscape is more reference to something which is connected, I believe, to fear and to ability to, yes, to hide. And it's something which could take our attention of our grandparents in the concentration camps to somehow survive. It's like something you want to focus, but there's something painful in the Polish landscape, and it's yeah, that's it. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. That was really powerful, share, and I just thinking a lot of different things with that one, and then sharing what Dr. Deb is having in the chat. There's a lot of things resonating and connecting between the worlds that we're bringing together this weekend. So I'm just really grateful for that. I think we had time for likely 1 or 2 questions, but the first one we'll go to is Eugenia. And so if Eugenia can join us.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, I've been listening here to all these comments and interesting stories and reflections on a variety of issues, and it's so troubling and devastating to know and to hear that the ongoing and pervasive genocide still taking place in Canada, the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in Canadian prisons as well. You know, this has not been mentioned, murdered and missing Indigenous women. Then we know about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report, the 94 calls for action. And the whole idea of the indigenization that is being talked about these days so much, about the indigenization of universities, of the education system. And well, it looks like it's not really working the way it should. Would you please identify the problems which the Canadian government policies with the, or maybe the problem with the Canadian government policies? Why aren't they working the way that we were expecting?
That's an excellent question. I'm probably going to bring it over to Lorena, but just to acknowledge that this is the 5th year of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission since it was brought to us. Oh, is she there? Then I'm going to offer that anyone can. Oh, there she is. Lorena, did you want? Oh, you were munching. Sorry about that.
I went to the bathroom and I grabbed a piece of cake on the way back.
I'm so sorry. Did you hear the question?
I heard part of it. I didn't hear the last part.
So it's about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report, the 94 calls for action. Yeah. And this whole talk about indigenization and you know that the government is really doing its best, but it's not really working, does it? Is it?
Well, that's a really complex question. I think there is a lot of criticisms around just even the idea of reconciliation. I think that the calls to action are for Canadian society and the government to work on to ensure that that there is change in society around the harm that's been done, not only by the residential schools, but by assimilation policies general in Canada. And I've been told that the harm that was done to Indigenous peoples took several generations, and it's going to take several generations to undo that harm. I went to almost all the national gatherings, and I can say that the most important moment for me during those gatherings was when my mom gave her personal statement, and she did it in a private setting. And she brought in my siblings and I and apologized for not being able to be the best mother that she could be. And it was, she was the best mother that she could be. And I know that in that moment, my brother and sister and I, our lives changed because there was an acknowledgement of that past harm that occurred in our family that allowed us to move forward. And I know several family members had that same experience, personal experience with the Truth and Reconciliation. That process allowed us to move forward. It didn't for a number of people. A lot of people were excluded from the process. A lot of people from more remote communities were not involved in the discussions that the TRC brought. But a commission can only do so much, right? They had a very limited mandate, a very limited period. And I think the work that they left us to do in those calls to action will take several years to do. I can say, though, that the government has done a very poor job at reconciling, for example, with the theft of land, our educational rights, our linguistic rights. All those areas can be acted on now, and they haven't. So it's a very complex area with lots of different ways to address. So just to maybe end is that I think you're right. There isn't enough being done, and it's work like this that is going to help us move forward. Having these kind of discussions, we are participating in reconciling with this history.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to bring to one of the observances that in listening this morning is that something to recognize is that that Canada has a very difficult time using the word genocide when it comes to Indigenous history and Indigenous peoples, that they very much struggle with it and they actually deny it every time it's brought forward. This is genocide. This is an act of genocide, that it has not been accepted by the Canadian government. And so one thing that I've really heard today in all of the words shared through Dorota and other speakers is that it is a word that is absolutely part of your vocabulary and a part of your history and a part of your now. And I'm finding that very, not inspiring, because I don't think inspiring is the correct word, but very affirmed by that. And so I'm grateful to hear that word spoken so freely and confidently in from your perspective. So grateful for that. We're going to our last share of today. And so I just want to say thank you for the ones that have listened so deeply today and for the ones that have shared so much today. And that tomorrow I look forward to listening and less speaking. So I'll switch my roles for tomorrow. but just to bring in Barry. Thank you.
I have just an experience that happened in the last year, and if time is a huge issue, I'm going to try and cut through it pretty quick, but it connects birds, land, reconciliation. We were touring a show, actually, Renelta and I, Renelta's production of Pewagan Macbeth, which is a Cree adaptation of Macbeth. And we were taking it to community, and we took it from Frog Lake and eventually through to North Battleford. My family is from the Frog Lake and Fishing Lake community. And I've been out there, and if you want to look up the Frog Lake Massacre, it'll give you some context. There was an incident there that happened in retaliation through them withholding rations. And there's a whole bunch of history there. But that incident actually led to the largest mass execution, like Canadian mass execution that was like legal in North Battleford. And when I was there, it was like -30, and I decided to go and try and find this gravesite. There's this mass gravesite there. And in the process of going, nobody wanted to come with me for some reason. Maybe it was the -30, but I went to the fort where the actual hangings took place. And I tried to ask them about it, and they told me, oh, it's somewhere over there in the ravine, don't worry about it. I kind of got pushed out of there. So then I drove past it, and I came across another museum, sort of like the history of the Northwest Mounted Police, yada, yada. I went up there, and they told me that they were painting, so they couldn't talk to me, and that, it's somewhere over there. So I just kind of hunted around on the internet until I found coordinates of it. And I just wandered around through the ravine, following like deer tracks, and I ended up at a community garden, and like I was just kind of blown away that in the middle of these two towns that are pretty like desolate, there's this little grove of trees. And then inside of that, there was a chain link fence and then the actual grave site. And so I came through and found it. And apparently it's a quite contentious spot because, again, people are saying we shouldn't mark it because it's a part of history that we want to move past, and we want to rebuild a relationship between settlers and Indigenous people. And other people are saying, are you kidding me? Like, that's something that we absolutely need to recognize. And as I approached it, there was actually it was all this clean snow, and then there was these ptarmigan prints like right next to the gravesite. And so I laid my tobacco down and spoke their names and had a moment. And I don't know how relevant that is, but it had enough themes in it that I thought I should share.
Thank you, Barry. Ptarmigan are like little grouse, and they're kind of a wonderful treat to eat. You can eat them; they're delicious. They're not the smartest birds, but they are so beautiful, and there's just a wonderful element about them. So it's such a beautiful gift that they led you there, Barry, and guided you there. That's incredible. Thank you for closing our conversation with that incredible story. So we're going to switch over to Michael, who's now going to take over. So I just want to thank you so much for allowing me to be here with you today, and I'm just really grateful for that. Masicho Kuyanik.
Thank you so much, Renelta. Really. So we're coming to the end of our public component. And the last thing I'm going to do is thank you all for joining us today. We'll be here again tomorrow, same time, same place, same link. And we really encourage you to join us again. And I'm also very happy to introduce our 10th artist who has landed off the plane. Manyucha, who's going to introduce herself and then lead us into the closing of Shabbat with Havdalah ceremony. And I'm going to be in the next room also with the objects and my wife, and we will do it along with you. Manyucha.
You are on mute.
Manyucha, you're muted. Oh.
Hi, hello everybody. Sorry for being late. I think I will join maybe more tomorrow, because today I feel that I just dropped in very deep and moving conversations and statements of you. So yeah, thank you for that. But I'm a musician. What I do is I collect music from Eastern Europe villages. I am finding the last old people who know the old songs, old stories, and I'm there to hear the stories of their life, to hear the stories of the place, of the land, and to learn, to sing with them, to be with them, to sing with them, to in a way maintain the tradition that is being lost. I'm not sure if now it's a good time for me to tell the family story. My maybe there will be time tomorrow for that, to go deeper in like my personal stories. Maybe I just close up with singing for you the Havdalah songs, which I actually learned specially for this evening, because in my family there was always, in my home, so much about, like, being Jews is what it was all about, Holocaust, and I'm still looking for the ways to get to the traditional parts. I've never been religious, and my family haven't been, but I feel very much that the music that has some sacrum in it, that it's always something that is important or touching, or so I'm happy to sing the Havdalah songs for you, and it's also important for my process of understanding who I am, or what do I want to share with my children from my heritage. So Michael, if you can lead the ceremony with the I have to find your
I'm here. Go ahead,
video.
Manucha.
Looking. Okay.
Here I am. I'm here. We're ready for you. Please just take it away. You can start singing.
Okay, great. So first would be the wine blessing. Lai lai la 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 lai 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 la 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 lai 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 la 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 lai lai la la lai lai lai. Baruch ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, borei perich hagafen, borei perich hagafen, la lai la 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 lai 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 lai, la 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 lai 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 lai. La 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 lai lai la la lai lai lai. Then the spices blessing. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei minei versamim borei minei versamim lai lai la 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 lai 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 la 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 lai 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 la 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 lai lai la la lai lai lai. And the blessing of the light. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei meorei ha'esh borei meorei ha'esh la 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 na 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 da 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 da. And then the blessing of the division of light and dark, and all the divisions that we have in our life and world. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamavdil bein kodesh lechol bein or lechoshet bein Israel amim bein Yom HaShevi leshet yamei hamachzeh Baruch atah Adonai hamativ bein kodesh lechol na 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 la 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 la.
Thank you so much.
Gidvo, Shavua Tov.
And that's it. Shavua Tov.
Shavua Tov. And the Eliyahu song for the end of Havdalah.
Sure. Yeah, Eliyahu Hanavi. We're gonna let me just say goodbye to everyone. We'll end the public with Eliyahu Hanavi. My son Lev says goodbye. Feel free to, once this Eliyahu Hanavi is over, we'll end the webinar. Thank you all, everyone, and see you tomorrow.
See you. Good night. Eliyahu Hanavi, Eliyahu Hatishbi, Eliyahu, Eliyahu, Eliyahu Hagid Ladi, Bimheirah Bimeinu, Yavo Eleinu, Imashir Ben David, Mashiach ben David, Eliyahu Hanavi, Eliyahu Hatishbi, Eliyahu, Eliyahu, Eliyahu Hagiladi. Amen. Good night.
And just to all panelists, see you back in 15 minutes in the new, if you have any issues with getting in, just send a note to one of us into the new.